Now recording. Now recording.
Right. Okay, we are live. Heck yeah. All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Roll Plus Bond 4th anniversary stream. This year, we are raising funds for the Trans Lifeline, which connects trans people to community support and resources that they need to survive and thrive. Or that we need to survive and thrive, because this is they use we specifically because the Trans Lifeline is run by and for trans people. This hotline is active in the United States and Canada, and they grant micro grants for name changes and people that are incarcerated or recent released. These are directly available to U.S. residents. The game that we are going to be playing today is WWWRPG. This is a worldwide wrestling RPG. This is, if the title didn't give it away, a wrestling game. Huh. To give you a background of what's going to be happening here today, to give you some backstory, set the stage. 4 independent wrestling promotions in Canada were due to go under after the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic. An investor and huge wrestling fan bought up all 4 wrestling promotions and merged them into one big promotion. They got a TV deal. So they're now called the Canadian Wrestling Alliance, CWA. In order to crown a formal and first world champion for the CWA, we are having a tournament of champions. The 4 champions of the 4 independent promotions got buys to the quarterfinals, and other wrestlers had to face off in preliminaries in order to gain access to the quarterfinals. Those happened off screen. We'll go over the results of those as we progress through the stream. But this is actually a great way to now go ahead and introduce my players. Before we do that, my name is Adam. I use he, they pronouns. I'm going to be working as the booker and creative for this game. And then we'll go ahead and jump over. Anthony, go ahead and kick us off.
Yes, my name's Anthony. He, him pronouns. I'm playing the character of Stephen Strong, and we'll be using the ACE playbook.
Hi, I'm Halcyon, he, they. I will be playing Paul Moulin, he, him, who will be playing the engine, it.
I am Jack, he, him, and I will be playing Titan, also known as Don Jupiter. And Don Jupiter uses he, him, but also will be using they, them at some point. So stay tuned to see that.
I am Space they, she, and I'm playing Mara the Hardcore, who uses she, her pronouns.
Awesome. So we're going to go ahead and talk a little bit more about our characters as well. So let's going to go ahead, start off with Stephen Strong. Why don't you go ahead and tell us about the independent company that you came from, and tell me about the heat questions that you have, the heat that you have with the other wrestlers.
Right. So Stephen Strong is playbook of the Ace, around 28 years old, and has wrestled for the promotion Forest City Pro Wrestling, based around in Ontario, Canada. The promotion itself is as old as Stephen's been wrestling, as its main features are its dojo, training facilities, as well as more of a sports aesthetic, so lots of tournaments. Stephen has been, like I said, his main evented the first show, he as a young age, and has kind of done everything for the company, hence the ACE playbook. The one thing to note, though, is canonically bad at knockout tournaments. Yeah, so like just kind of background, like the promotion, like I said, set up with tournaments and stuff. Well, if Steven, who's been on top of the company, you kind of want to build up challengers, right? And best way to do that's in a tournament. So can't build up other people while also winning tournaments yourself. So gonna hope to turn this one around. The heat questions are, so the engine used to train at Forest City Dojo, but left. So at one time, I've known the engine during more of my younger years. Unfortunately, engine left for being too serious. Don Jupiter has amazing chemistry with me in the ring, and For some reason that Steven is unsure of, Mara is trying to claim the top spot.
Awesome. We'll go ahead and so Halcyon, why don't you go ahead and give us some background into your wrestler's home promotion, and then your heat with the other wrestlers.
All right. So I will be playing the Engine. The playbook is the Monster, because the Engine is big, mostly wide, not as much tall, and comes from a promotion called Nunavut Warrior Arena, which in the early aughts used to be an MMA style sort of tournament, but people started adding gimmicks to it. It got wackier, and for the last 10 years, it's actually, well, okay, let's say 8 years, it has been very much a fun kind of almost cartoony wrestling promotion. And within this promotion, I was never the champion, but I do hold the Crown of Seasons, which is for consistently good wrestling, but not winning tournaments. And my entire vibe is I am a cyborg. I lost my arms in a robbery, and I got given metal arms, and now I fight for justice. I have heat with Steven Strong in that Steven helped me adapt my outfit to, well, we now have a new promotion. We have a bigger budget and also higher standards. And my old shiny painted arms, not good enough. So I'm going to have a better outfit. And I have heat with Don Jupiter, who we've been rivals in multiple cross promotion events because, man from space, man with robot arms, it goes together. Did I forget anything? I think that's everything.
No, you got everything. All right. And then, Jack, go ahead and give us the Don Titan Jupiter's indie background heat.
Yeah, so Don is have we been saying playbooks? Don is an anti-hero. And anti-hero face, very anti-establishment, kind of just an everyman in a way, really just a standard kind of guy, except they have been to space. They did go to a far-off world, which they just say is a far-off world. They never say the name. And there they learned about honor, justice, and the true joy of honorable combat. And then they came back and have been wrestling with a promotion known as The Lab, which is, it was introduced to me actually in prep for this, and I'm really excited because it's a cool promotion. It's called Chikara. It's very comic booky in kind of how it's presented, and this is very inspired by that. And Don is a pretty solid presence at The Lab, is very loud and flashy, kind of been pushing for a championship title for a long time, but was recently kind of had the opportunity to get a title and then denied it. He said that wasn't really his in a big way. So he has instead been now gunning for a title with this new promotion. In terms of heat, Steven Strong actually has 2 relationships with, which is very fun. Actually, we should clarify. Does that mean 2 heat towards Steven, or does that just mean the one?
No. I think we just combined.
Why not? Go for it. Yeah.
Cool.
Let's go for 2. Yeah, let's go for 2. So not only have I kicked the shit out of Steven Strong, but I also then called Steven a slave to management, which is kind of my big foe. I am very, I'm an everyman. Everyone has gone to space and learned about honorable combat within the stars. And so Don is kind of looking out for the little guy, and as a result is really against how management has just been skewing favor in terms of these heroic, in quotes, figures like Steven. And then I have that the Engine wishes that they were as cool as I was, or as cool as I am. I think that the rivalry is a little bit kind of one-sided between me and the engine. I roamed a lot between different promotions, and so I met a bunch of different people that I rivaled with, and sometimes I think I made some big impressions there. Sounds like with the engine I did. Lastly, Mara is a reluctant ally of mine against Steven Strong, because we both are out here against Steven Strong for different reasons. And I maybe don't trust Mara. Mara's a little bit too aligned with management for me, but, gets the job done. Am I missing anything, or was that that?
No, you're good.
Perfect.
Last but certainly not least, Space, why don't you go ahead and tell us about Mara?
Yeah. So sorry, I can get to my thing. So Mara is the hardcore, and her old promotion is Southern Mountain Wrestling, being probably of all the promotions here with the rest of the group, it was probably the smallest. It's definitely its audience is definitely the most niche, even if it maybe had a little more reach. It is very, very backyard wrestling, very, very combat zone wrestling, very the early days of New Japan, where like occasionally they just put on a normal MMA match and they don't tell you. Very, very specifically known for hardcore matches, that sort of thing. Yeah. And my heat questions are: who is jealous of my devoted fan base, which I think is Steven Strong? Who is willing to make me bleed? And that is our friend. That is it's a friend of mine, not really, in Titan. And who can take everything I can dish out? And that is the engine. Big robot boy.
Awesome. Fantastic. So now we have all of our characters, we have the setting. I think it's time to get through this tournament. So again, the preliminaries already happened. Our first round of the quarterfinals match is going to be Steven Strong versus Oliver Linwood. Oliver Linwood beat trainer for Forest Pro Wrestling, Yvonne Bad Apple, and by doing so has gained the number one contender spot for the Forest Pro Wrestling belt. At the end of the tournament, the winner will hold all 4 belts from all 4 indie promotions and will unify them into the CWA World Championship. Steven Strong, do you have a promo that you would like to cut before this match, or do you want to just jump straight into this match?
No, I think I have a promo.
All right, why don't you go ahead and deliver that promo for us?
Cool. Ollie, we've known each other for a very long time. And in the couple of years of wrestling, you've grown so much. You've been the Rookie of the Year. You were the first pick in the faction draft. We were the tag team title champions just 2 years ago. And you even won something that even I haven't been able to do, this past year's New Year's Cup. One of these days, you might even surpass me, but not this day. Ollie, I've known you since the first day of Forest Pro. When I main evented against the person you just beat, Yvonne Apple, our trainer. But you weren't in the ring. You were in the second row. That 10-year-old screaming. Ollie, you've done it all. I've seen you grow up. I know just how much you want to be the champion of Forest City. It's probably a dream that more important than me holding that title for the first time. Unfortunately, that won't happen. Because you're not going to beat me tonight. Maybe in a couple years. God, a bit more experience, but not right now. I know this is going to be your dream. I know I'm going to break it. That's a burden I'm going to have to deal with for the rest of my life. And scene.
All right, why don't you go ahead and give me the first roll for the stream? You're going to be rolling Cut a Promo. When you take the mic and speak your mind, roll plus look.
Okay, so 2d6, and then as the ace, my playbook, I actually have +1 luck, so 2d6 plus 1, rolling in, that would be an 8.
All right, so on a 7 to 9, you have their attention. Pick one. Make creative, book you in a match. Go ahead, skip that one because that's already happened. Add a stipulation to your relevant match. They come out to respond to your promo or gain +1 heat with the subject of your promo.
I'm gonna take that last one.
All right, cool. Go ahead and gain +1 heat with the subject of your promo. I think the camera cuts to Oliver sitting in a dark room in a chair. There's a light on him. He's staring at a picture. The camera cuts over to see a picture is of him as a kid standing next to you, Stephen. And it says, to my biggest fan, signed Stephen Strong. He's staring at it. He rips it in half, walks off. All right, let's go ahead and jump into our first match. So, this following contest is set for one fall with a 30-minute time limit and is for the first quarterfinal match in the CWA Tournament of Champions. Introducing first from Forest Pro Wrestling, Oliver Linwood. And this slow rolling rock music hits as Oliver walks out from backstage. The lights go out, and then the lights go up, and there's fireworks and pyro, and he screams at the crowd, goes and makes his way to the ring. People don't really know. Some people are booing, some people are cheering. Oliver's always kind of, recently at least, has always kind of been seen as something of a tweener, often switching between babyface and heelish behavior. Makes his way to the ring, and then Stephen Strong. Stephen, you're actually the current world champion of Forest Pro Wrestling. How does the champion make his entrance?
So Stephen's theme music is this kind of synth rock, more atmospheric, but matches the kind of cool, calm demeanor as he makes his way down to the ramp. He's wearing a wrestling robe, kind of patterned with giant, chunky shapes of different colored fabric, red, gray, like kind of all the colors of the rainbow, though like a darker palette. And then as he kind of takes off the robe, you can see his long tights. Similar kind of design, though you can see lettering of on like the left side is the name Strong, and on the right side is kind of a stylized V with and then the word Vector, which is the faction that Stephen founded a couple years ago and is still the leader of. And also, as just a good reminder, Oliver is also a member of Vector.
Awesome. Do you want to go ahead and post in the chat your entrance music? We can't legally play it on stream, but you can go ahead and people in the chat want to listen to what Stephen Strong is entering to. You can go ahead and listen. as you're coming out, the MC goes ahead and then goes, introducing next, Pete is the current champion of Forest Pro Wrestling, hailing from Memphis, Tennessee. Or not Memphis, Tennessee. That's the wrong character. I'm sorry. Built from North Windsor, Ontario, Canada, Stephen Strong. And you're both in the ring. Who wants to do announcing for this match? Who wants to do the play-by-play?
I can.
All right, cool. So the referee holds up the Forest Pro Wrestling belt to each of you. Both of you acknowledge that you're good to go. Well, I guess, Steven, you're good to go. Do you do anything special with the belt when they present it to you?
Just kind of gives like a nice tap of the title.
Awesome. Ref holds up the belt and then signals to the bell keeper. Ding, ding, ding. This match is underway. Steven, you're going to go ahead and start in control of narration. Go ahead and narrate how you feel the match starts. A good thing to keep in mind for both our audience and also for you guys is control between a player and NPC. It always starts off with the player, and then it only gets handed over to me, who will be the NPC, if they fail a roll or if it's part of a mixed success.
Mm-hmm.
And a good thing to keep in mind is kind of the 1, 2, 3 roll. You want to kind of start off with a setup move, and then hit the big move, which will lead to a roll. So go ahead and kick us off. How does this match start?
So I think the match does still start with scientific, more quote unquote scientific wrestling. The promotion in and of itself that's what the promotion's known for. And yeah, sure, I probably tried to get a rise out of Stephen tried to get a rise out of Oliver, but it's still kind of hold counter hold. In the early going, every single time Oliver gets kind of the upper hand of the exchange, Stephen will turn it around, put him back into another hold. So lots of headlocks, takedowns. But there is one moment where Oliver kind of gets one over on Steven. It's kind of trips him up. Steven rolls out of the ring, collects his breath, settles down, kind of taps his head, kind of as a nod to Oliver, gets back into the ring, and just gives him a really hard elbow strike to the chest of Oliver to kind of send him backwards, like kind of just showing Oliver that the big brother is still here, still on. And so,
is there a curiosity? Is there like a particular hold that Steven is like known for?
In terms of like early stuff, no, it's more of the ring work for Steven would be leading to a move called a heel hook, so grabbing the foot. Though that is something that would happen later. As a wrestler, Steven likes to break down a body part, right? So you would see potentially, like in this match right now, though, it's more just trying to show Oliver, who is the more experienced wrestler, who is the better wrestler. So a lot of like interlocks of pushing him back into the ropes, a lot of putting him into a basic wrist lock, forcing him to get out of it, and then countering it again into a headlock, that kind of thing.
Okay.
a lot, and every once in a while, a little bit of showmanship from Steven to like ruffle up Oliver's hair.
Do you want that to be your big spot?
Honestly, I mean that's probably a good, an actual good spot is to literally slightly belittle the opponent.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. Okay, go ahead and roll plus. What do you know what do you think this is? I'll let you decide.
Let's go back to the stats.
Mm-hmm. So for people that don't know, just kind of explain the stats that are in this game. So you have real, which is when you're using doing something that is, real, where you're like using your like you're doing something with your actual, you're not doing something that's part of the kayfabe or the fiction of the wrestling. You have work, which is something that is actually directly involved with the wrestling in of itself. I'm trying to find the list of the actual stats. Hang on.
I can pick it up. You have body, which is kind of the character's physical strength, conditioning, and athletic ability.
Mm-hmm.
Not necessarily, and then the final one would be luck, which is like the charisma, the it factor, the ability to like inhabit the character.
Right. So essentially, body is strength. Look is kind of like your charisma about how you look and talk. Real is your ability to break the fourth wall. And then work is the actual technical wrestling skill and how you tell the stories in the ring.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And I think
go ahead.
I think in this case, it's luck because I'm making them like, I mean, yeah, I'm making them look bad, but like this is character work. This isn't. I could have powered through a move and then still ruffled the head, like the head, right?
Yeah.
That's the big part, right?
I'll go ahead and I'll give you a look. Yeah, go ahead and roll plus look.
9.
A 9. Okay. So let's go ahead. See what happens on a 9, 7 to 9. The sheet that I had that was helping with this closed itself, and I have to find where I was.
I think during that though, at like the commentary table, there's some kind of like frumpy, older veteran wrestler who is just like, I'd never let another man ruffle my hair. Never. I'd never let another man.
He's embarrassing him. That's what he's doing. He's embarrassing. He's embarrassing the kid.
Well, you better get him back for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so on a 7 to 9, this is a wrestling. It goes well, and pick one. Hand control of the match to your opponent and gain +1 momentum, or retain control of the match.
Oh, I'm giving up control of the match and gaining 1 momentum.
All right, so I think you, so handing over the control of the match, I think that Oliver stares at you and just full hand just slaps you across the face, and then pulls the legs to get you on the mat, and then just starts punching you right in the face. Just all technical wrestling gone. This has turned very personal very quickly. Just absolutely beating you in the face. You have to try to cover up. I think you scramble to the ropes, and the ref has to go 1, 2, 3, 4, and at 4, Oliver kind of gets off of you and takes a step back, and then kicks you right in the chest as a very not clean break. And I think that your blood's probably up right now, so you get up and just full on shoulder tackle him. Goes down. You start running the ropes. He goes for a trip. He goes for a lariat. You duck under. and then you go and you just hit a pitch perfect clean drop kick right on him. He goes flying backwards. He gets right back up though. He starts running the ropes. You start running the ropes as well, and then you both go for a flying crossbody at the same time and collide in midair. Crowd goes pretty wild over this because the blood is up now. Everyone is ready for this. Everyone is engaged. They're interested. They're loving this heat between you two. I think that you managed to get up first, and you put him. You drag Ollie to the center of the ring, and since he's lying on his back, you grab his legs and you put him into a Boston Crab hold. And as he's going ahead and you're holding him, but he's not tapping. He's actually making the crawl to the ropes. It's very, very tentative, very tenuous. You pull him back to center, but he manages to crawl back to the ropes again, grabs hold of the ropes. Do you break immediately or do you wait for the ref to count?
Oh, I break immediately.
Okay, so he grabs the ropes. Ref tells you grab the ropes, drop the hold, walk to center. I'm going to go ahead and give control back over to you because I, as creative, I don't want to hold the spotlight for really long. I just want to
you're good
there. So go ahead and take control back over.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, no, and by the way, throughout all of this, just a huge smile on the face of Steven. People in the crowd, if the mic picks it up, you'll probably hear a lot of "Come on, Ollie!" like just yelling at him to actually get fired up. But
I think at every like hit that Oliver gets, the frumpy wrestler commentators like yeah every time is like clearly on Oliver's side.
Oh yeah. So okay. After this is done, drop the hold, look back, and once again I am goading Oliver, like just come at him full bore. He hits me, I hit him. Like this is a strike exchange. Starts with elbows, and then just out of nowhere, Oliver hits Steven with an open-handed slap. Momentarily, Steven like holds his face and like serious, like smirk on his face from it, and then just absolutely sends one straight back at Oliver, sending Oliver down to the mat. With Oliver in this like that seated position, Steven runs to the ropes, hits back, runs straight at Oliver, doing what is known as a shining wizard, which is like, to explain it, it's you kind of like are diving in and then hitting your opponent with your knee. So it's like a almost a diving knee strike. And with the diving knee strike connecting, you see Steven start to go for the heel hook, thinks better of it, picks, and then instead kind of lifts up Oliver and hits him with a move that Steven has used to down many opponents called the Falcon Arrow, which is kind of, you pick somebody up in like that suplex position face to face, and then instead of going all the way backwards so that you both hit the mat back to back, you turn your opponent so the opponent is now kind of almost in front of you, falling down, and then you crash in the mat immediately into a pin.
So the ref counts 1, ref counts 2, and he kicks out. And you hear the announcement table just go. You hear him tell him just like, he's done the deed. He's hit the Falcon Arrow. 1, 2, kick out. No one kicks out of the Falcon Arrow.
He just kicked out of the Falcon Arrow.
Thank you for indulging me in my bit Adam.
No, you are very welcome. Don't
Yes,
worry.
Okay. After that, Steven actually now does show frustration and literally just goes after the because Oliver's now getting up because Steven's given him enough time by being frustrated. But
Go
Oliver's
ahead.
still out.
He does kick out. After the kick out, though, I
Okay.
do want you to roll for that Falcon Arrow. You're going to be
Okay.
rolling plus work.
Yep. 2d6 plus work is 0, I believe. Double check my character sheet. Yep, work is 0. Cool. So just a straight up 2d6.
Mhm.
11.
That's an 11, my friend. So you retain control and gain +1 momentum. And I
Alright.
do think at this point I will reveal the booking for this match. So Steven Strong is booked to win this match. You can continue wrestling for as long as you feel is appropriate, or you can start working towards the finish now. It is up to you.
Oh yeah, no, this is the finish. Going back to kind of what I said before, I should have let you continue. So that's on me.
Okay.
Yeah, so Oliver is staggering to get up on his feet. Steven's mad, maybe more at himself for kind of maybe underestimating Oliver a bit. So as Oliver kind of is struggling to get up, Steven comes in, bounces himself off the ropes one more time, and then just takes out Oliver, like from the back, Oliver's left leg with a clothesline kind of chop block, putting Oliver on the mat, where Steven then puts in his heel hook submission to hopefully end the match. Hopefully.
All right. So go ahead and roll for your finish. This will be on your character sheet.
Yep. Yes. But it's still 2d6, so
It is just a flat 2d6. Go ahead and roll, and then if you choose to do so, you can spend your momentum 1 for 1 to bump up the roll.
The dice random generator gods have been very kind to me again.
They have been very kind 11. To you. You have rolled an 11. Fantastic. So, finishing move when booked to win a match, roll 2d6. On a 10 plus, you hit your finisher clean. Choose whether you or your opponent gains +1 audience. Because you're the PC, you're going to go ahead and gain +1 audience.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that you have him in the middle of the ring. How long does it take him for him to tap?
I think that it's a situation where he does almost get to the ropes one time, but Steven pulls him back and then just kind of hammers in on the head, like, and then it's not a tap out though. Little Oliver passes out from the pain. He will not. He wanted the title so badly, but he wasn't going to give me the satisfaction of tapping him out.
Passes out. So the ref waves the arms in front of the eyes and goes rings for the bell. Ding ding ding. MC, the winner of this match and still Forest Pro Wrestling champion, Steven Strong. And the crowd goes wild. That was a fantastic match. Gave it its all. Hands you the belt. You're moving on to the next round, to the semifinals, where you'll face the winner of either Titan Jupiter or La Camita, a wrestling luchador. Now, while you're still in the ring, do you do anything with Ollie? Does Ollie just roll out and leave? How do you see this playing out?
Yeah, so at kind of the end, the little segment here is Steven is celebrating, but realizes Ollie is kind of trying to roll out of the ring, like you would. But Steven actually just takes the time to stop, go over to Oliver, and like help him up on his feet, shake his hand, and kind of embrace him, because that was the best match that those two have had.
Yeah. Awesome. So I think Oliver. So you put out your hand to Oliver.
Yes.
So I think he goes ahead and kind of shakes your hand, and then just drops or rolls out of the ring and walks away. But he does shake your hand. Awesome. All right. Very cool. All right. So you go ahead and walk off. The MC gets on the microphone again and says, and tells everyone that we are going to be rolling right into, in just a few moments here, we'll be rolling into our second match of the quarterfinals. So to give people some background on La Camita is a young female luchador wrestler, wears a mask, known for moving really, really fast, very high-flying, flashy moves, which all have insane names. Very much for those of people that are familiar with wrestlers like Ray Phoenix, Commander, Dante Martin, it's like one of those wrestlers that it's like for gravity kind of forgot about them. They do stuff that just blows your mind. Very, very much a product of this flashy comic booky promotion. They've been part of the promotion for probably about 5 years, but they've also done some wrestling for some Mexican promotions, which is where they were trained, and other independent promotions across the United States, Mexico, and Canada. But they were trained in wrestling at their home promotion. So, Don Titan Jupiter, do you have a promo you would like to deliver before your match with La Camita, or would you like to just jump straight into the action?
Oh, I've got a promo.
All right, let's hear your promo then.
So we cut in on a completely pitch black scene, and you hear just the sound of like a ball being like thrown up in the air and caught, just like the dull thump into someone's hand. And then suddenly a spotlight in the middle of the room, and you see a large figure wearing, I'm going to describe the basic fit basically, wearing these big white boots that go above the knees, straps on the chest and an X, these like dark blue straps, and these big white gloves that reach almost up to the shoulders. Now, here's the thing. Don also has this silver and kind of lightly tinted dark blue face paint over one eye that kind of does look like a comet in a fun way. And that's the eye that turns to camera, as you see that Don is just picking up a very porous rock. Almost it looks kind of like a comet. And Don stands up and just kicks the chair to the side and points right in the camera. La Comita. Today, you will see what it's like to go back into the void. And just hucks the rock at the ground and it shatters. The Titan will not stop for any force. Nothing will get in my way of a rightfully won championship. This is my time. So I hope you enjoy the cold out there in the deep black. Night cuts.
That's so good. I have a quick question. So, Halcyon, you were on this stream beforehand, correct?
Yeah.
What was the last donation you announced or saw before your game ended?
$500 from Ian.
$500 from Ian. So,
Yes.
First of all, shout out to Greg for donating $25. But massive shout out to Austin, who says, thanks for all your support over the years and congrats on building such a good community. Keep on playing games, telling stories, and of course, having fun interactions between friends. Austin, thank you so much for donating $1,000 to the Trans Lifeline. That is so huge. Thank you so much.
Woo!
When I opened the Tilify, I was like, there's a zero that's wrong here. There's like, oh no, there isn't.
So,
That's incredible. Thank you so much. Means so much to us, our community, and of course the charity that we're raising the funds for.
You do love to see it.
you do love to see it.
Shout outs to Austin_Walker.
Awesome. Okay, so Don, you are not the current champion. You actually, Lakamita is the current champion of your pro wrestling. What was your preliminary match like against Jesse Jaywalk? Jesse Jaywalk is your what you imagine to be like your comic version of like the cool person, slick backed hair, glasses, red sports jacket, tight fitting jeans, like the cool guy.
I threw them out of the ring.
Yeah.
Just it was kind of an anticlimactic match, but immediately afterwards, I think I got up and I monologued to the crowd. But it was literally, I think they ran at me. I grabbed them by the face and I threw them full force out of the ring, and they passed out on the ground.
They were counted out.
They were counted out.
I love that. Perfect. So I think that the viewers sees like a on the camera this happening, and the announcers are basically just going, Don Titan Jupiter made it past the preliminary rounds in a record time. Jesse Jaywalk didn't even stand a chance after being counted out from being thrown out of the ring. And I think they have like Jesse Jaywalk being like loaded onto like one of those, what are those called? The hospital, like the things you like walk people away with. What are those called?
Gurney.
A gurney, yeah. It's like clearly like not it's a work. He wasn't actually injured, but like loaded onto a gurney and like walked off. Amazing.
And you don't get in the way of the Titan.
Yeah. I don't think
I think
that Lakamita promo, they have the belt. The belt is it's belted around them. So the way they carry the way the wrestler. Oh, that's something I forgot to ask. Steven, how do you carry your belt, your championship belt? How do you wear it? Do you hold it? Do you wear it? Do you have it strapped around you? Like, what does it look like?
Strapped around the waist. Just as stock and standard is as you would imagine.
Perfect.
Company line all the time.
Lakamita has it belted around them, but it's belted like a sash, like around their shoulder on one side and then their underarm on the other side. For those of you who've seen Kenny Omega when he was in his belt collector phase, he always had one belt belted over diagonally. Kind of like that.
Did.
And I don't really have the exact words for the promo, but Lakamita basically says something along the lines of only fools come from their championship, and Don Titan Jupiter, you're the biggest fool of them all. I think we start off with Lakamita's so actually no, Don Titan, you're the challenger. You're announced first, so we're going to go ahead and cut to this match. This is the second round of the quarterfinals for the CWA Tournament of Champions. Introducing first, hailing from Brooklyn, New York, and worlds beyond, Don Titan Jupiter. Describe your entrance for me.
So, Don, I'm going to put the entrance music in the chat really quickly, because it is a little important. It's not super important, but just know that the entrance song sounds like it's got a lot of like drums and a little bit of like a bass line or something in the beginning. But when the drums hit on a darkened entranceway, you see someone, again, Don just loves to enter back first, is standing there already. And every time a drum beat hits, it's like, ba-dum, ba-dum, the back muscles just pop. and then as soon as the guitar comes in, turns in, and just like puts arms up, does like the muscle man poses, and jumps into the ring. But that whole time, I think, is doing it to the beat of the rhythm, like very, very on point there. And there's lights flashing. There's like rows of sparklers that go up, but it's super coordinated. It's super well done.
Awesome. Very cool. So I think you enter the ring. Crowd's cheering for you. You're definitely very over with these fans. But then the light cuts out and a spotlight hits the stage as a violin starts playing slowly. And you see La Comita, luchador mask, red cape, very colorful one-piece outfit, head down, and the violin starts swelling as a full, like, very classic, very traditional mariachi song starts playing. The crowd just goes absolutely haywire. La Comita is one of those indie wrestlers that like everyone knows, and they are so hyped for this person. They turn with a swish of their cape, and pyro goes off, and fireworks and fire. They have the belt strapped around them again, kind of like a sash, and they start walking to the ring. La Comita uses she/her pronouns, and she points her fingers to the crowd, high fives someone who's wearing a La Comita luchador mask replica, makes their way, unbelts, takes off the belt, raises in their arms, climbs up to the top turnbuckle to like raise it and present it to the crowd. Everyone loves La Comita so much. Oh my god. And as they're walking to the stage, the MC goes ahead and says, next, introducing the current champion of the lab. Next, she is the current champion of the lab, coming from Tijuana, Mexico, La Comita. La Comita hands the belt off to the ref. The ref presents it to you two. Do you do anything special with the belt?
I think I just look at it. I give it a stare for a second. Anyway, the ref still has that mic.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Or no, the MC has the mic, so they're probably about to get out of the way, and you can grab it from them if you want.
I think I grab them by the back of the shirt and then take the mic.
Yeah.
But yeah. Now, everybody, before we get started, I've got something I need to say. You all know I won a championship match back in our old league. La Cometa, you know that's the case. But I said no to this belt. And that is because management, and I put a hand up, management does not get to decide who gets this. And I point at the belt. And then I point at La Cometa. We get to decide who gets this. And then I do a little mic drop.
I should have had you roll this earlier, so I'm going to have you roll cut a promo now.
Great.
Or
I was going to work the audience, so either one of those works great.
So you know what? Go ahead and give me 2 rolls, because I should have had you cut a promo earlier.
Oh, sure.
So go ahead and roll cut a promo, and then roll work the audience.
Okay. Let me see. My look is +1, so that's going to be 2d6 plus 1. That's an 8 for cut a promo. Should we finish that up first before we jump into the work?
Go ahead and because so add a stipulation to a relevant match. They come out to respond to your promo, which we'll cut that. So just do either add a stipulation to a relevant match or gain +1 heat with the subject of your promo.
I think. Let me think about this. I think it's add 1 heat to the subject. I think that
Okay.
I want a little more heat between Cometa and I. I think that she and I have been rivals for the championship before.
Yeah,
And so
yeah,
yeah.
definitely.
And so I feel like a little more heat here being like, hey, it's not about what they say, it's about what happens here right now. I think that fits. Well, I guess that was
Yeah.
more the work the audience, but even still, like goading her on in that promo, being like, "There's no way you can get in my way." I think that gets it. And then I'll roll the work. I've just got the 1 momentum right now, right? You know what? Actually, can I add a little bit into the thing I just said? Do you mind if I?
Yeah, absolutely,
Before,
go for it.
yeah, and I say, what city is this in?
Oh, what's I think we're in Vancouver.
We're in Vancouver. I say, isn't that right, Vancouver? You're a city that knows honor. I know it, and I'm I'm getting cheap heat. So I'm just
Uh-huh.
saying, like, this is an honorable town. I'm an honorable fighter. So I'm raising up the momentum a little bit. So I'm gonna have 2 audience instead of just the 1.
Yeah, yeah.
I think cheap heat
Go
just happens,
ahead.
right?
Say that again?
Cheap heat just happens, right? But you just do it the 1 time.
No, I think it's a roll.
No. Well, I'm looking at the
Oh, you're doing cheap
handout.
heat. Yeah.
Cheap
Okay.
heat,
Yeah,
it just
yeah, yeah.
happens, but it gives you
Yes.
momentum instead of audience.
It gives you momentum, not audience.
Oh, right. Okay.
I mean, you
okay.
can still do it. I think it's a good idea to have extra momentum.
Yeah, I'll still do
but
it. Why not?
yeah. No, I was thinking this. Yeah. So go ahead and take it, and then go ahead and roll work the audience.
Okay. Oh, that's a 4.
That's a 4. Match hasn't started. We can't put you over. 5, 6. You do not have enough momentum, do you?
I've got 2 momentum.
No,
So-
that would
so-
only bring you up to a 6.
Here's the good thing.
Uh-huh.
You might be in Vancouver.
Yeah.
But this is people flew in from all over the Canada promotion, so you're probably like 50-50.
Yeah,
at
I think
best.
that's what happens. You have half the crowd cheering and then half the crowd's booing, and everyone's like negatively bouncing off of each other because they're like, "Wait, should we be cheering? Should we be booing? What are we doing here?" So yeah, you've lost them. You can't work the audience again this episode, but you do gain +1 momentum.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough.
All right. We're technically in Burnaby. Boo!
All right. Well, I've got 3 momentum now. I'll take that.
Hey, you know, that's pretty good though. But yeah, so I think that ref points to each of you guys, points to the bell, ding ding ding. This match is off. Go ahead and take us away, Don Titan Jupiter.
Okay. So I think to get started, I stand there and I look at La Cometa and I just do like come at me. Like I just like do like the hands towards me. Like give me your best. Like try to mess me up. So I'm letting La Cometa make the first move.
Okay, so
And
I
I'm just
think
gonna-
that I mean I'll let you narrate this, but I think it's important for me to say if you're letting her to make the first move, she's going to chop the shit out of you.
Yeah, that's fair.
Just so you know, I think that's what it starts off as. It's just just and then just silence. Smack.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and take it
Okay.
from take it from there. I think you can narrate her taking the like the initiative and so on.
Okay. So after that, I think I grab her arm and I swing her around into the ropes, and then just try. I never remember the names of moves, but like I try to like it's the lariat, it's the arm out. Just like push her back into my arm to get her knocked down on the ground.
Uh-huh.
And I'm giving her some room to breathe. Like this is respectful. This is not I'm gonna go in and just overwhelm this person. This is a give and take. This is like as fair as Don thinks he can make it right now, which is like I'm gonna give it and I'm gonna take it and you're gonna give it and you're gonna take it. And I think after that, it's a lot of La Cometa just running circles around Don. Don is a big guy, does not run very quickly, is not very bouncy around the ring. I think Don tries that move again. I think La Cometa just swerves Don and takes Don down to the mat for a second. And then I think we get into a situation where La Cometa, how big's La Cometa?
I think very traditional luchador build, a little slender, a little bit short, very fast.
Okay. Don is not the strongest guy in the league by any means. But I think here is gonna try doing something a little bit interesting. Is gonna stand up with La Cometa still in the grapple and just slam down into the mat on top of La Cometa to get a release from the hold.
Awesome. That's really cool. You want to roll for that? Or do you have a different big spot in mind?
I think no, I think that's a good one. So would that be athletic feat then?
Yeah, I think you're just using your pure strength.
Or is it just a finishing move?
What'd you say?
Never mind. All right. So I'm gonna roll plus body, which for me is very low. I've got a -2 body, but we'll see how it goes. Come on, dice. That's a 7.
Hey, that's a 7. So you're gonna go ahead and goes well. So it's the same for it's wrestling plus body. Pick one. Hand control of the match to your opponent, gain +1 momentum, or retain control of the match.
I think retain control of the match.
Okay.
I think retain control of the match.
So what happens next?
So next thing is, I think La Cometa's down on the ground. I think Don gets up and turns his back and looks out to the crowd. Gauges how they're doing right now. Don vastly misinterpreted before who he was speaking with. And I think gives the look to the audience and is just like staring out. La Cometa comes up from behind, rushes Don in what she thinks is a moment of hubris. Don pivots and just slams in. And La Cometa gets right, like the bicep right to the throat. And it's down. It's just down in one move. And that's the aptly named Planet Breaker, which this time has probably broken a comet.
All right, go ahead and roll. What do you think this is for rolling?
I think that this is. I don't know.
I can see this as either plus work or plus heat.
I think this is plus heat because I think like this is a moment that feels very like Don is like been against this person before, knows that they're gonna rush, and takes advantage of that. So I think it's plus heat.
Yeah, so narrate a sequence of leading up to a spot showcasing innovative or exciting maneuver requires both of you to achieve. I think that's roll plus heat. So go ahead and roll plus heat. You have 1 heat with La Cometa, so that's 2d6 plus 1.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I used
No
for those of you not in our Discord channel, I have a different command in my server, so I used a semicolon, but that's a 12.
That is a 12, in fact. So you gain +1 momentum and you keep control.
Love to see it.
I am
think-
going to announce at this point that the winner of this match is going to be Don Titan Jupiter. Go ahead and narrate the match for as long or as little as you would like.
I think that I pull up La Cometa and it's like hands like my hands clasped in her hands, right? Like pulling her up. She's a little bit shaky. Don, not the best, but not as shaky. Does like a pat on the shoulder, and then grabs La Cometa by the waist, flips her, grabs her by the ankle, and one hand on the ankle, one hand on the waist, and is gonna do the is gonna do the moon toss, not the comet toss. I can't do comet toss if my rival's La Cometa, but it's the moon toss. And what this is basically is swings her up in the air and then slaps her onto her back. And this is a finishing move. And goes for the pin.
Hell yeah. So what does this look like? Actually, no, you know what? Go ahead and roll your finish, and then we'll see what this looks like.
Let's see. Oh, come on. Okay, I'm gonna
What'd
use
you
that's a
roll?
4. I'm gonna use all my momentum to get this up to a 7.
Okay. So let's.
I would like to cut in very quick if I'm still on
yeah,
commentary.
go ahead, go for it.
Because I think this would, I just in the chat like, oh wow, that would have been a good time to put you over, but you rolled a 12. This still applies, I think.
Yeah.
If you want to get this into like a full success.
Let's do it.
All right. I think like the way that the commentary is very much like, and this is why you got to be unpredictable. This is why you can't use the same, you can't do the same thing on a wrestler as sharp as Titan twice. And then the slam happens.
Okay. So I've got 3 momentum then. So do you want to bump me up 1 and then I just use 2 and stick onto one of those, or does that just give me the success?
You have 3 momentum right now. You start with 1 and you've gained 2 throughout. So you have 3. So if you rolled a 4, you can spend 3 to get you up to a 7, and then putting over bumps you up to the next success tier.
Oh, right. Okay.
So momentum is 1 to 1. Putting over bumps you up the full success tier. So you can get yourself to a partial success, and then the announcer can put you over to get you to that full success.
Oh, that's, you know what? I think it's a full success. I think it's a full success. I want to. I've been very honorable this match. I want to give La Cometa a good finish too.
Yeah, go ahead and describe the finish then. Describe how it goes. Describe go ahead. Because you, on a 10+, you hit your finisher clean. Choose whether you or your opponent gains +1 audience. I'm going to say that you do, just based off of how this is going.
So I think it's literally just we get the comet toss and then I go for the pin, and I think it's a count out. I think it's just literally very by the books, very straightforward.
Ref counts 1, 2. The crowd's counting along 2. 1, 2, 3, and then the crowd goes fucking nuts. Because this was kind of a war, a little bit.
And I think I help up La Cometa afterwards. And
you help them up. Okay. Yeah.
And then before they bring the belt in, I like wave a hand of like, don't bring the belt in yet. But I do motion the MC to bring over the mic, because Don's a big talker.
Right.
This isn't going to be crowd work, but it is going to be a move that I have as an anti-hero that's called the Mouth of the People. And the way this works is I'm going to speak truth to power.
Okay.
And so Don's gonna jump in. Or actually, you know what I'm gonna do instead? Actually,
What are you
I'm
gonna
gonna
do?
twitch the curtain.
Okay.
I'm gonna twitch the curtain. So twitch the curtain's airing your legit grievances on camera.
Oh. Yeah.
I wonder towards who.
Is it towards another wrestler? Is it towards
It is
the
towards.
booker?
We'll see in a second, but it's towards another wrestler.
Okay.
So gets up, La Cometa standing on the right. Goes into the mic. Listen, everybody. We all know that someone from the lab was going to be walking out with the belts tonight, regardless of who won this match. We all know that. Whichever one of us it was one of us. And so I'm calling out a puppet to management. A puppet to the people backstage. Steven, if we face off, which looks like we're gonna now, you can be damn well sure that whoever's backstage, they can't save you. It's me and you. And let's just say, don't get too comfortable with that belt. And does like a arm raise with La Cometa and like solidarity in their league, you know?
Steven, do you want to? Do you come out? Do you cut it back? What do you do, or do you ignore this? Or do you not respond to this right now?
Yes, Steven's not responding right now. I mean,
Okay. Okay. Cool.
I'll put it this way: Steven's not responding it now because it wouldn't make sense for the character. In real time, Steven's probably changing into the next.
Yeah.
Changing
Fair.
and then like yeah.
Now, was that a role that you're doing,
No.
or is that just a move?
So Twitch the Curtain is just a move. When you air legit grievances on camera, you can roll plus real for any move you make outside the ring for the rest of the episode.
Nice.
At the end of the episode, if you
Very
haven't gained
good.
the audience, you lose 1. So still got to gain that audience or else I'm out. But yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. Oh, that's very good. Okay. Oh, this is great. We already have half the bracket done for the quarterfinals. We're moving on next to our third match of the quarterfinals, which the MC announced is going to be The Engine versus Falcon Riviera. Now, Halcyon, did you want to cut a promo before this match as well? Do you want to jump straight to the action? Actually, you know what? No, I think Falcon
Tell me
Riviera
about Falcon.
appears on camera. Falcon Riviera, he, they pronouns, veteran of the industry, has been on the independent scene for maybe about 18 years, has probably been at all of your different promotions. Mostly is at your home promotion. They were there. They started there back when they started off as kind of a more serious promotion. Let me see what my notes what I have for them. Yeah, so they started off when your promotion kind of started off. So they started off as a very technical wrestler, and instead of like abandoning the promotion as it became a little bit wackier over time, decided to just grew with the promotion, kept touring other places, but could never stay away for very long from the Nunavut Warrior Arena promotion. Falcon Riviera is actually the current champion for this promotion. And I think that what you see in backstage is the camera's on him, and you just see him grab the camera and hold up to his face. He's just like, "Engine! You think this is a joke? You think someone like you has the skills, the talents, the audacity to face me in the ring? You know how long I've been doing this? How long I've been winning at this? Listen, here's what I'll offer you. You come to the ring in all your fancy gear, pretty gear, and looking all big and muscly, and I'm gonna slap you across the face, and you're gonna lay down, and you're gonna let me help the ref count to 3, okay? All right. I'll see you out there. Mwah, mwah, smooches, and then like throws the camera to the side. Falcon Riviera is a heel, if you couldn't tell.
No. I needed that spelled out. Thank you.
Do you have a response to this, or do you do you have a response to this?
Oh yeah. I think it's a sort of pre-recorded fancy video where it's I think it's a sort of like a panning shot of a training room. There's like weights, there's punching bags, and there's a sort of computer generated voice narration going on, which is like Falcon Riviera has mocked the sport and the promotion and the wrestlers relentlessly. This cannot stand. You will all see tonight that the engine has no brakes. And I crashed through the wall. And sort of crashed through the wall, arms out, grab hold of like a punching bag and tear it off its sort of support. And, promo cuts. So yeah, I guess I'll roll for cut a promo.
Yeah, go ahead, roll for cut a promo.
Hold up. It was plus luck.
Oh, good. Hang on. While you're rolling that, hold on. We'll go ahead and do a quick donation announcement. We've gotten $5 from Yuri. Thank you, Yuri. Literally every cent counts. This is huge. Thank you so much. And thank you, Big Store, for a $50 donation. Big Store, the donation comment. Yeah, that is a donation comment. Thanks everyone who's donated any amount of money. Couldn't have be going to a better cause for this. We all, as a server, voted on this. And this is just so cool. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So
go ahead and tell me about the roll.
Yeah. So my look is 0, so I rolled a 6. And
Okay,
I'm going to stick with that.
6. So when you cut a promo and on a botch, it doesn't connect, just gain +1 momentum.
All right. Yeah.
So I think that
I'm going to say like it's too smoothly produced. Like, the thing that this is responding to is a very sort of human, direct, very simple promo. People were like, "Yeah, what are you gonna say to that?" And in response, they have like a Hollywood trailer. And it's just like, well, there's a total whiplash here.
Yeah, and I think that also, like, Falcon Riviera is very much like, what if Chris Jericho was like king of the independent scene? For those of you who know who Chris Jericho is in the chat, but like everyone loves seeing the goofy nonsense that Riviera comes up with, and I think that like it was hard to follow that act. So it's not completely your fault.
Yeah. Well, there's that.
But hey, +1 momentum is really good. So
useful.
All right, kind of the MC. It's just like, this next bout is the third match in the quarterfinals for the CWA Tournament of Champions. Introducing first, I have to pull up your character. Coming from a secret lab under Chesterfield Inlet, he is the Engine. Describe for me your entrance.
Okay. Come on a journey with me. The background music, as linked in chat, starts. And it starts out chill with a little bit of sort of static and moody beeps as some attendants roll in what looks like a coffin or a container. First blast of noise. Two attendants run in from the sides, put in what look like arms into the box. Second blast. Arms pop out of the container, grab the sides, pull myself up. There's LED lights blinking on my shoulders, sort of red blinky light. Third blast, step out of the coffin and start just boom, 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 walking towards the ring. Very mechanically, climb in, stand in the corner, stock still.
Oh, that's really cool. Crowd's cheering for you. They do enjoy it. They do like you a whole lot. Like, I don't want to undersell that at all. Like, they think your entrance is sick. Then you hear some drums just going and a kind of like techno version of Eye of the Tiger starts playing.
Oh no.
And you hear the MC just and coming from the mountains of Alaska, because of course he is the current champion for NWA Wrestling. He is Falcon Riviera. And you see running from like the heel side, just like pumping his arms, like, yeah, it's Falcon Riviera. I am thinking very much like early aughts Chris Jericho, like long blonde hair. It's kind of starting to maybe gray. He's got kind of a Christian Cage-esque beard, which is like a shorter cut, but like a full beard. And he is pumping up the crowd for literally everything they have. Again, I can't emphasize enough how much I'm basically copy pasting Chris Jericho for this character. Just and like everyone's like doing that thing where they're cheering and they're booing at the same time because it's so fun to cheer for this character, but also he's a heel and it's so fun to boo him. And he goes up, he like walks over to give a fan a high five and just goes psych and pulls his hand away and gives the crowd double middle fingers up. Everyone's booing him and he is eating it alive. He rolls into the ring and immediately just like gets up into your face and just starts like shit talking you right to your face.
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, for people, for a visual, the Engine looks like, what if Dave Bautista wore Zayn Malik's Met Gala outfit?
I forgot about that. Thank you.
I remember the outfit. I did not remember the Dave Bautista.
I just, it came to me recently. But yeah. Cool.
Yeah. Getting in your face, like shoving the belt in your face, just trying to like get a reaction out of you, just trying to just absolutely just taking the piss out of you, or trying to at least. I think the ref like gets in between you and is like trying to push you aside. Have you reacted at all at any point?
Probably not.
Okay, so he's like pushing you, he's like making sure you're not going to do anything, keeping Falcon away from you. Takes the belt, goes to take the belt from Falcon. Falcon like pulls it back. It's like, no, it's mine. And the ref's like, no, I gotta have it. back and forth. Greg takes the belt, holds it up for everyone to see, holds it to you, holds it to you. Do you react at all to the belt?
I nod.
All right. Ref hands the belt off, points to both of you, points to the bell. Ding, ding, ding. Match is underway. Go ahead and get us started.
All right.
How does the match start?
So I think the match starts with us sort of face off, do a little circling with sidestepping, but the most of the beginning is a lot of looks like I'm being toyed with, right? Falcon is a sort of quick on his feet, relatively wrestler, and I sort of try to do a punch, and he just sidesteps, gets around me, lands a blow between my shoulder blades.
Can I pitch something for you?
Sure, go ahead.
I think at one point he reaches over, he gives you like not a hard slap, but he kind of slaps your face, and then as you stalk after him, he like ducks under the rope, so he's technically out of bounds, and the ref has to stop you and push you back. And then he comes over, he does it again, and then dips behind the rope, so that way he's out of bounds. You can't actually get at him.
Yeah.
Like he is explicitly trying to get the rise out of you, get a reaction, something.
Mm-hmm. And I think there's a lot of like right, we reset, and a lot of it looks like I'm sort of I try to grab him. What I'm trying to do all this time is sort of like try to grab and sort of ducks under the arm, or just steps out of range. But also the thing is like every just ducks around, lands a slap, does a kick, does something, and it like doesn't slow me. I just turn around, go in again, and during all this, there's sort of I mean, LEDs would actually be pretty painful to have. So I think it's more like electroluminescent wire. But there's like with every punch that lands on me, there's like a line of light that lights up on my arms, sort of going from the shoulders down to hands slowly, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and when it gets like halfway to the elbow, there's a moment where like Falcon is coming in for doing again one of those slap and duck things, and I just catch his arm.
He gets the oh crap face like
yeah,
like
and
does
like
the wrestler begging thing like no, like other hands like waving no, please no, please no, please no.
Yeah, like doing that thing where he's like for like a 5 seconds ish struggles, flails, and I'm not doing anything, just holding still. Really selling the grip here, and I am going to sort of reach out my other hand, grab him by the waist, and just flip him over myself. Slam into the mat on his back.
Are you just brute strengthening this?
I think this one is just pure strength.
Okay, awesome. So go ahead and roll plus body for me.
Yeah. That's a 12.
That is a 12. So you gain +1 momentum and retain control. So awesome. So you just go up, he lands, and just like, ah! Like he just makes the most childish heel pain sound. Crowd gets a huge kick out of it because as much as they love Falcon Riviera, the thing they love more is watching him get his ass handed to him.
Yeah. I think I for a moment I sort of throw him around a little, launch him into the ropes, do a clothesline, sort of work things out a little, and but also sort of my my meter goes down, as I'm succeeding, and we step back into like I want to say there's like a moment where like I try to set up the same thing with like into the ropes, into a clothesline, and he just ducks under. And there's like a moment where like, huh, the engine does not appear to see him. It's standing confused. And I think he takes the opportunity and just knocks me over. Does some dirty kicks to the side.
I think he keeps kicking you. The ref has to pull him off.
Yeah. And then we get up. And he's gonna do his taunts. I think he does something like a sees that I'm not starting any new maneuver, just gets up on the ropes, hypes up the crowd, and meanwhile, I do a maneuver to myself, which I sort of cross my arms in front of myself. Looks like I push some buttons on my shoulders, and of course the commentators know that this is me turning on kinetic damper. And as Falcon turns back, right, let's get the show on the road. Tries a shoulder charge and just stops in me.
Just bounces off of you, right?
Yeah. And I think this is going to be my spot where he's like just does sort of a few more attempts on him, just like not taking any of it. And I'm not sure if this is wrestling with body or wrestling with work.
So what's the move you're specifically trying to accomplish here then with this roll? Like, are you doing or are you just using your pure strength to do
what? I think what I'm actually working here towards is heat. Because
Okay.
I think the whole spot is like the engine has turned into a rock, and Falcon is going to exhaust himself.
And that takes buy-in from both wrestlers.
And that takes a lot of
buy-in.
Yeah.
Plus heat. So I don't think you have.
No, we don't.
You
I
don't
think this
have
is
any.
just flat.
You're just gonna roll a flat 2d6 for this then.
Yep.
And again, announce. Oh well, I was just to say, announcers, whoever wants to be an announcer, if you ever want to put over someone, you can. You want to tell us what you rolled there, Halcyon?
I rolled a 5.
Yeah, no.
This would be much.
This as the announcer for this match, no, I'm putting that one over.
Okay, how do you do that? What do you say?
Okay, I could kind of just repeat the movement again of what you did.
Oh yeah, this is basically a Falcon Riviera doing all kinds of charges and punches and attempts at stuff, and none of it lands. None of it connects, really.
Okay. Yeah. As the announcer, it's and they say the engine is strong, but it's also quick.
That's right. That's right. Once he gets all charged up, it's like nothing can take him down. What a mindset! What a monster of a man, of a machine. Yeah. So go ahead and bump that up to a mixed success, which in this case, either you're going to hand control of the match to your opponent and gain +1 momentum, or you're going to retain control of the match.
I think I'm going to retain control here.
Okay. Cool. I'll go ahead and reveal at this point that the engine is going to go over on Falcon Riviera. So you can go ahead and build towards the finish of that match now, or carry on for as long as you feel
Yeah.
it needs. I should
yeah.
note for the fans, these matches aren't all they're not all 5-minute wrestling matches. There's a lot more that goes on that just we don't have time to specifically.
We're doing
cover.
highlights.
Matches are probably 10, 15 minutes. They're nice matches. They're good long matches for the crowd. But anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Continue.
And I think there's a moment where Falcon steps away and just shows off thinking of something, and is the engine steps back into the ropes, just sort of slowly, not very obviously, and the crowd is like, oh, he's doing something. Falcon, look behind you, and Falcon's like, think, and it's my arms are lighting up to the end. I am at full meter. He's going to pull super, and as Falcon turns around and notices that I'm gearing up for something, I start a run. Looks like I'm charging with my shoulder, and he's bracing for impact, maybe ready to step to the side or something, and a few steps before, I just drop to the ground and roll through his legs. The man goes down face first into the mat, while I use my momentum to get to my feet, and I'm doing a finisher.
All right. What does your finisher look like? What are you attempting to do for your finisher?
I think I want to. You know what? Let's just go all out with the cool stuff and think about consequences later. My finisher is called Charge Turbine. Pick up Falcon Riviera. Just one hand on a shoulder, one hand on a leg. Raise him above my head. And just start spinning. Get a good torque on that, and then just throw him in the air. And
it's kind of
step back.
like a giant, like Claudio Castagnoli's giant swing. If you're familiar,
know.
It's not for people who aren't familiar. It's similar, but not exactly the same. But yeah, okay. Go ahead and roll your finisher.
Yeah, and he lands while spinning and just impacts. Spinning horizontally. So it's not that dangerous. It's a little dangerous.
The other visual touchstone to a giant swing people might know is Mario's side throw in Super Smash Brothers.
Yeah, just woo, 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 wee. Yeah. So yeah, go ahead and give me just a pure 2d6 roll.
Cool. That's a 5. I am going to spend both of my momentum to get that to a 7.
All right, so it's a mixed success. You've already been put over once, so you can't be put over again.
Yeah.
So, on a mixed success, they make you work for it. Either they showcase your strength, both gain +1 momentum, or they're unwilling to take your finisher and flee the ring, gain +1 heat with them. Which do you think is more interesting?
I think +1 momentum is going to be more interesting for the tournament here.
So I think that when Falcon Riviera lands, he lands hard and does a thing where he stands up and then falls back down again, clearly just bounced so hard from this move and he was back on his feet and then collapsed again, in order to especially emphasize the amount of force with which you just yeeted this person. So go ahead. So you're going to gain +1 momentum. Is this a pinfall finish? You just cover him?
I think yeah. I think as a sort of showcase the monstrosity. I don't do like a full lay on him, full pin, just like walk over, put a foot on his chest, and the man is just lying there.
Yeah, just 1 foot. It's 1, 2, 3. Ding, ding, ding. And the MC goes, the winner of this match and new NWA champion, the Engine. Crowd goes fucking wild.
I have a
yeah.
little retcon and a thing just to do here at the
Oh
end.
yeah, go for it.
So as I was the holder of the Crown of Seasons, which is actually a sort of thin crown, I did wear that walking into the ring very carefully, took it off, set it like on one of the corner posts, and I'm gonna after the match, pick up the belt, throw it over one shoulder, go pick up the crown, put it on my head, walk up to Falcon, pick him up, throw him over the other shoulder, and then I leave. I clean up my messes.
Incredible.
Perfect. That's awesome. So you have crown, belt, Falcon. You're leaving.
I got what I came here for.
Perfect. I think that Falcon is just like pretending to just like babble, like, "Oh, I'm sorry, mommy. My choo-choo train got stuck in the piano." Oh, fantastic. Very cool. We met our goal. We're at 2,000. I donated a little bit to bridge the gap, so I don't want to make too big a deal of it, but we made our goal, which means we get to have a bigger goal for the rest of the weekend. Yay!
Is this the fastest we've met our goal?
No, but our goal hasn't been this high before.
Okay,
this is the fastest we've hit 2,000 before.
Okay.
Yes.
That's what I'll say. This is the fastest that we've hit this monetary amount before. So hell yeah, this rules. We've never made $2,000 in under 24 hours.
Never. Yeah. No.
So go everyone. This is awesome. Very cool. So we're gonna move on to our final match, and then after this match, we're gonna take a 10-minute break. Is that good enough for everyone? You think, to kind of refresh yourselves, get snacks, water, so on?
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, cool. So let's go ahead and Mara, you are going. So the MC says the final match in the quarterfinals is going to be Hannah Sanders versus Mara. Both representing I don't remember the name of your promotion. I just had it up. Both representing Southern Mountain Wrestling. So Hannah Sanders is a wrestler that started off in training in America, when moved to Japan for a few years, did a lot of wrestling with TJPW, and then came back, moved to Canada, and started wrestling for your promotion. So they're very much a Joshi-inspired wrestler. So a lot of their moves are like a combination of very fast, efficient, but also hard-hitting. But there's also an edge to Hana here. And but Mara, you are the current champion, so you didn't have to take place in a preliminary match. Now, I don't think this is something I kept secret from the others. Do you want to do a promo that covers this match?
I think Mara does have stuff to say, but I don't think would be the kind, probably would not be the kind to cut that sort of promo.
Okay. So I don't think either of you are gonna cut a promo, but Space, do you want to tell everyone what the stipulation for this match is gonna be?
Yeah. Did you? I remember you came up with like a specific name.
Yeah,
that was
so
not
this is going. Yeah, so it's the name of our city plus the thing.
And we are in Vancouver, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Mara and Hannah Sanders are going to be having a Vancouver death match.
Or street fight.
Street fight. You're right. Sorry. Yeah.
That's okay.
They're very similar. Which is sorry, 1 second.
Go for it.
So if I'm remembering correctly, the stipulations of a street fight is no DQ, correct? And
correct. It's no DQ. Weapons are encouraged.
And weapons are encouraged.
So the bookers decided that the last match that is purely just between people from Southern Mountain Wrestling had to be some kind of hardcore match. And who better than their hardcore champion and one of their hardcore wrestlers? So Hannah Sanders probably toe to toe for reputation for being known as hardcore as Mara. Y'all have definitely crossed paths in the past.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we're just jumping straight in. I think that the first the audience hears of it is everyone. The announcer goes, "Ladies and gentlemen." Waits a second. Pause. Our booking team has determined that this next match is going to be a Vancouver street fight. Anything goes in this 30-minute contest in the finals, in the last quarterfinal match of the CWA Tournament of Champions. Introducing first the challenger, hailing from Portland, Oregon, Hannah Sanders. And this like really high rhythmic drumming starts happening. And an electric guitarist kind of just goes meow, and Hannah Sanders jumps out, a kendo stick in each hand, and is just yelling to the crowd like "Yeah!" and everyone's like clapping. She has like a one piece, like a very like a white outfit which has some frills to it. I think again a very Joshi inspired outfit, but it is all white except for there's like these 3 crimson slashes, almost like claw marks, just across like the entire front of the outfit. And goes to the ring. She leaps over the front ring, holds the kendo sticks up to the crowd. And then Mara, it is your turn. Also, for people asking, it's just a Vancouver street fight. It's just a street fight that takes place in Vancouver. That's all.
Yeah, it is what it says on the tin with wrestling quite often.
Yeah, it's exactly. Yeah, go ahead and tell me about your entrance.
So I think Mara's entrance is normally like a little more subtle and subdued, but was probably encouraged by some people to have a far more flashy entrance this time.
Yeah.
And I think the way she does that is on the other side of the ring from where the entrance normally is. Is this taking place in like a proper like stadium?
Yeah, this is taking place in like an actual like, if you've seen any like WWE, AEW, New Japan, it's like a proper wrestling arena where you have the fans on all sides seated. You have the people behind the barrier in the front that are seated on ground level, but there's no like standing room. It's everyone seated.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So the first thing is I think this kind of venue is very different to Mara. And that sort of maybe shows a little in like in how she comes in, or like the look on her face is maybe a little more like, you know, maybe a tad more nervous than people would associate with her. But there's a few there is a few moments where like nothing's happening, right? And everyone's like, like where is she? And then her music starts to play, which is a song from The Devil Makes Three called 10 Feet Tall, which I will post in the chat. And from the other side of the arena, the other side of the ring, there is a revving sound as she comes out of the vomitorium on like an old school World War II style motorcycle.
Ooh.
Yes.
And it's like no hands on the handlebars, is just kind of like she's like standing on it. And like does not have any unlike Hana, does not have any like particular visible weapons on her besides the thing that she carries normally on her gear, which is typically not used except in maybe except for maybe interacting with objects or something. Mara's gear is like very poofy like camo pants and like big boots and a sort of like knitted crop top thing with a K-bar knife like holstered onto the shoulder. And she gets off the motorcycle, she gets into the ring, and it just like neck crack, and waits for the ref to start the fight.
Hell yeah.
And is not particularly interested in Hana and is more interested in what's coming after.
Yeah, I think that the MC is just like, and your current SMW champion, hailing from Memphis, Tennessee, Mara. Mara, you are a heel, correct?
Mara is currently a heel in this tournament. Yeah.
Hell yeah. So I think the crowd is just like, as you come in, they're like cheering and booing. Similar-ish for Falcon Riviera, but it's definitely more fun. It's definitely just like booing, like you're like, I think we talked about this in a chat. You're kind of like John Moxley-esque, where you're just like, I don't give a fuck what people think. I'm about to murder someone.
Yes. I think she's very like, if you took one of the Briscoes and you took John Moxley and you sort of like mashed them together with like Cammy White. Just like is very much known for not really holding back in ways that can sometimes get her in trouble.
So how do you enter the ring? Like from where you park the motorcycle? Remind me.
I think she just like I think she climbs up onto it, onto like the ring apron and like full vaults over the top rope.
All right. How do you wear your belt?
I think she
not wear it. Do you carry it just slung over your shoulder, or do you wear it? Like
I think she wears it. I think she wears it, and I do think the Southern Mountain Wrestling belt is like a smaller, like it doesn't have like the massive front plate, right? It still does, but is noticeably like a little smaller than the rest of the belts. And, she takes it off, hands it to, I don't even think she hands it to the ref. I think she just kind of like throws it to the side.
So I have to ask, because you're a heel, does this match start clean, or do you try to get a cheap shot on your opponent?
Oh, absolutely not. Yeah, she, I think immediately
tosses the belt, and then as Hana's eye is like following the belt, you're just on top. You're just on her.
I think so. I think immediately. I think it's maybe immediately like a big kick, like immediately a super kick to the face.
Yeah.
Just like she's got a lot of distance to travel, right? So big kick right away.
Yeah. I think that the ref like jumps back and signals for they're like ring, ding, ding, ding. Match has started. Tell me what happens. Go for it. Actually, do you think you should roll for that super kick to start the match, or do you want to incorporate that into the beginning of the match? I'll let you decide.
I think it'd be fun to roll for it to start the match.
All right, yeah, go ahead and give me.
My pitch for this would be body, not just because it is my best stat, but also because I think the thing that's like important here is just like the like how fast and how far Mara has to move to do that kind of thing from like the start of the match.
So here's the thing: when you roll wrestling plus body, narrate a sequence leading up to a spot showcasing your physical strength, acrobatic skill, or incredible athletic ability. The spot you did have to move a lot up for it, but the spot itself didn't rely on body.
That's true. All right.
So I will give you plus work or plus heat.
How much heat do I have with Mara?
I mean, we don't have any.
We don't have any.
So if you have a negative in work, I say go heat.
Yeah, I'll go heat.
A neutral, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'll go heat. Let's see, an 11.
Oh, perfect.
Good rolls all around.
Just go ahead and gain +1 momentum and retain control. Just go ahead and narrate how this match starts, since you just super kicked her head off.
Yeah, I think the super kick happens, and they're like Hana's immediately dazed, and I think Mara immediately like grabs at any sort of like let's say shoulder straps. You know, grabs the shoulder straps, pulls her close. Immediately big suplex. And I think immediately goes. It's immediate suplex, and then she sort of like she leaves the ring. And starts. We're going under the ring immediately.
Yeah. Also, thank you, Zutaka, for reminding me. Faces and heels automatically have +1 heat with each other, so keep that in mind.
Oh, okay. Good to know. Yeah, so immediately goes into the ring and starts pulling out just all kinds of objects. I think it's like, like chairs, a few tables, a big fuck off ladder. And I think the thing Mara like eventually ends up grabbing is some kind of like I want to say like PVC piping, but honestly maybe it is just metal pipe.
It could just be a metal pipe. It's really easy to gimmick those.
Yeah, and just immediately
like a metal pipe or a baseball bat or something.
Yeah, I think the thing like she immediately grabs is a metal pipe and like starts to climb back into the ring. And Hana is still on the floor, just like I don't know, just starts going to town with the pipe.
Yeah.
And is like I'm gonna, is like wants to win this by making sure this person does not get up.
So I would just like to confirm. I don't think you have to roll right now, but there is a specific maneuver, which is work real stiff when you want to actually hurt your opponent. Are you trying to actually hurt, or is this all still work? Are these like gimmick hits and like work hits and stuff?
I think these are not real hits.
Okay, yeah, cool.
I think maybe these are not real hits.
Okay, cool. And
they sure look like they fucking hurt though. I mean, maybe they do, but like I think there's a thing here where they're not real hits for Hana, but they would maybe be real hits for a wrestler who doesn't wrestle these kind of matches.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. It's like, well, the hit is real as in it's connecting, but it's snug. It's not. You're not actively trying to injure them.
Like against the back, The pipe itself is gimmicked. It's not an actual steel pipe, but it looks and feels kind of like one, so it doesn't hit quite as hard. So you're making contact, but in the safest possible way. Kind of like when people hit you with a chair. You're still making contact with the chair, but you practice, and the chair is built in such a way that doesn't hurt as much.
Yeah, correct. And maybe this is like the kind of thing that some of the other wrestlers here would not super do.
Yeah, for sure.
Doing
I think the crowd
working real stiff.
Yeah, the crowd is going boo as you beat the ever loving shit out of Hannah.
I think after the after a hit or two, or more like a hit or four, she sort of like backs off for a second, spits out the ring, and like looks over at the crowd and yells, "Should have expected the people here to be soft."
Cheap heat.
Cheap heat.
Yeah. All right. Go ahead and take it. Yeah. That's +1 momentum for you, I believe. Yep.
Yeah, and maybe this is a good time to shift that momentum. Well, I shouldn't use that word because it's a game mechanic.
I know what you're saying. Shift control.
Control to match over.
Do you want to narrate Hana making a rebound, or do you want to actually hand the narrative control over to me? Because it doesn't matter to me. Either way, I'm creative, so it's not as important to me. If you want to narrate Hana making a comeback and so on, go for it. If you want me to, I can.
I think I'll do the first bit of it and hand it over to you, which is I think she stands up and while Mara is preoccupied talking shit to the crowd, and takes those two kendo sticks and does the 2 chops to the different sides of the head thing, but with the kendo sticks.
Yeah. So I think that you drop and everyone starts cheering, and Anna's staggering and just starts wailing on you. Throws one of the kendo sticks to the side, just smack, and now the crowd's going yay because now you're the one who's getting their ass handed to them. I think then she places the kendo stick down and picks you up and wheelbarrow suplexes you from the ground, lifts you up and land on the kendo stick. It doesn't release you, picks you up, German suplex, doesn't release you, picks you up, another German suplex. The crowd's going absolutely nuts. I think that she gets a little bit too ambitious and goes for a third one, but I think that you're able to stop it and do a mat return into a headlock as you guys get a rest spot. I think the headlock stays. Hana is shimmies around, gets out, runs the ropes. You go for the trip. Hana keeps running the ropes and just hits this beautiful lariat on you as you go down, and then picks up the kendo stick again and is beckoning you, come on, get up. And as you get up, Hana just smacks you across the chest with it. I think the kendo stick breaks in her hand. I'm gonna go ahead and hand the narrative back to you though to pick up from there.
So I think
I will also reveal the finish of this match. Hana Sanders does not win. It's you. So.
I think the kendo stick breaks. Mara stumbles over backwards and kind of goes for a little instead of kipping up, she sort of does a little falls backwards, does a little fucking flip, and it kind of slides underneath the ropes again. And this time I think she dives under the ring, and there's just enough time for not only for there to be all right, well, what's gonna happen, but maybe for the crowd to be it's one of those things that's mildly annoying at the time, but maybe, when people look back and oh, that was cool. Or maybe they will. It depends on roles, I suppose. But and eventually, I think there's a from behind wherever Mara is looking. Right, she's been doing the wrestler very panic looking around thing, and gets distracted by something. There's like a pop in like a pop on one side of the ring, right? So she looks over to that before it's revealed that it was some sort of firecracker device in a pipe that went off, and Mara appears Mara fucking slowly horror movie reveals herself behind Hana, and goes to tighten something it looks like she's tightening her ponytail, but instead reveals a pair of brass knuckles that she was somehow hiding up there, and is going to clock her in the side of the head.
All right. I'm taking it this is the planned finish. Your planned finish?
I think this is the planned finish.
All right, go ahead and roll roll 2d6 flat.
Let's see, a 7.
Okay.
Look.
Yeah. Who wants to be the announcer?
Yeah, I'm going to be the announcer. Oh, look. It's not just her with her bare hands. Nah, this is the streets, baby. We take metal on our knuckles. This isn't just going to be a punch. This is going to be a knockout.
And you just smack Hannah with the brass knuckles.
Yeah. Big hit to the side. Big hit to the side of the head.
Yeah.
And they just
don't hear the announce table just go, "Oh, she killed her."
Yeah. She just falls. Just a total stiff, just falls and just hits the ground and doesn't move. And probably the refs come in.
Yeah, the ref goes, lift the arm up 3 times and it falls, and then calls the match off. Ding ding ding. The winner of this match, and still SMW champion, Mara. And everyone's booing you, but it's glorious. What do you do at the end of the match?
I think she sort of there's 2 things. First thing she does is sort of stands up on a rope and holds her hand out for a thing she's used to happening, which is people throwing her drinks. I don't know if that happens here.
You could do a Hangman Adam Page and get a drink from the crowd, or you can steal someone's drink.
That I think normally the crowd would someone it would be if someone throws her a drink from the crowd. But I think no one does that this time, so she hops over and takes some dudes fucking plastic
beer?
Cup, take some dude's plastic cup of beer from the front and chugs it.
Can I maybe up it a little bit more?
Yeah,
it's the fans from your promotion are actually too far back to do the spot. So yeah, that's why you running in and you run over to the small section of your homegrown grassroots fan
you see them. They have shirts on. They're like, "Amara, drink my beer." Or something like that. So you push your way through the crowd. You're shoving people out of the way. You grab a beer from them.
Yeah. And while over there, sort of waves for someone to get her a mic. And while in her group of fans, in the group from her home, home promotion, she sort of looks up to wherever the big board, the screen, the bracket is, and just says, that machine might not have brakes, but it can be broken.
Good line.
I love it.
Amazing. Very cool.
And then just like disappear, like I just
Disappeared
fucking
into the crowd.
Yeah, just fucking parties with the crowd until the match, I guess.
That's awesome. That's a great place for us also to take a little break. No new donations to announce, but we have upped our goal to 3,000. It's honestly incredible we've raised this much already. This is amazing. So thank you all for watching. We're going to be taking a 10-minute break, so we'll be back at 2:20 Eastern, so in 10 minutes from now. And we'll continue with the semifinals and the finals. We're finally entering the player versus player matches. Excited to see how this turns out, but until then, everyone get some water, stand up, stretch a little bit.
Now recording. Now recording.
All right. Welcome back, everyone, to the Roll Plus Bond 4th anniversary stream. We are currently halfway through our bracket for playing WWWRPG, Worldwide Wrestling RPG, which I should actually completely forgot the first time I mentioned. Huge shout out for Nathan D. Paoletta, the author of this game. You can get this game. I have my notes somewhere here. I promise I'm just as disorganized as I sound like I am. So, let's see here. It can be found at ndpdesign.com/WWWRPG. So for those of you that weren't here for the first part of the stream, my name is Adam. He, they pronouns. We'll just do a real quick reintroduction of us as players and the character, just the name and pronouns of the characters we're playing. I'm creative. I'm the GM for this game. Anthony, why don't you go ahead and reintroduce yourself?
All right, name's Anthony, he, him pronouns, playing the character of Stephen Strong, also he, him pronouns, who is the Ace playbook.
Halcyon?
I'm Halcyon, he, they. I'm playing the engine, it, playing as the monster.
Jack?
I'm Jack. I use he, him, and I am playing Don, Titan, Jupiter, and John uses he, him, or they, them.
Yeah. And Space?
I am Space. I use they, she. I am playing Mara, who is the hardcore, and she uses she, her pronouns.
Awesome. And this anniversary stream, we are raising funds for the Trans Lifeline. Their mission statement is the Trans Lifeline connects trans people to the community support and resources we need to survive and thrive. The we in that sentence is important because the Trans Lifeline is run by and for trans people. This hotline is active in the United States and Canada, and available to U.S. residents are microgrants for things like name changes, as well as people that are incarcerated or recently released. Shared in the stream chat here, you can donate to the Trans Lifeline by going to our Tiltify. We're already at 2,000. We already broke our first goal of 2,000. Our next goal is 3,000. And it looks like in our off time, we did actually get a little bit more money. Thank you for an anonymous donor who donated $20. Is a longtime Roll Plus Bond player. Thanks to all for running this. Thank you so much for everything that you do for our community. Thank you for donating money to such a wonderful cause. We're going to jump right back into the action. We are in the semifinals for the Canadian Wrestling Alliance Tournament of Champions. All of our players have made it through the quarterfinals, into the semifinals. And we're going to jump back to the top of the bracket where we're going to have Stephen Strong and Don Titan Jupiter facing off in their semifinal match. This is the first match between two of the rival promotions. Do either of you guys have promos to start this off? And if so, who wants to go first?
I've got a promo, but I don't think I want to go first.
Okay. Yeah. So I can go first.
Yeah.
It's kind of just Steven in the back. Probably has like ice on his shoulder, and kind of just looked at the camera. Don, we had a match that people really seem to enjoy. Well, all but one person. 5 years ago, a match that is famous, infamous, questions of people wanting to see whether or not what would happen if we get back into the ring. I guess. Guess it's happening now, isn't it? All I want to say is prepare yourself.
Awesome. Go ahead and roll plus cut a promo. Roll plus look.
As a reminder, my look is +1.
Okay.
A result of 8.
Result of 8. Where did you roll?
Oh, I rolled in technical.
Oh.
Whoops.
I guess that's technically the not right place for it, but no, you're
Whoops.
fine. That's okay. I see the roll. It's on. Yeah. Up an 8. So that is a mixed success. You have their attention. Pick one. I'm going to skip the make create a book unit match. So add a stipulation to a relevant match. They come out to respond to your promo or gain +1 heat with the subject of your promo.
I mean, I'm just going to get one. I'm going to get to up to +1 heat to get to 2 total.
Awesome. Fantastic. And then Don, Titan, Jupiter, you have a response?
So the promo doesn't cut out at the end because out from behind you comes Don. And I'm gonna jump in on top of your promo, and I'm gonna do my own. And I shove you, and I look at the camera, and I say, "Listen, everyone, we know who they want to win this match." And then I turn over to you, Steven. But we know who's gonna win this match. And I'm trying to break kayfabe. Because as the ace, obviously, you're probably slated to take the whole thing. But I'm not going to let that slide. So is it okay if I break kayfabe instead of cutting a promo?
Yeah, do it. Absolutely. Go ahead and roll plus real when you expose a legit truth on camera.
That's 5.
Oh, buddy. All right. On a botch. So first of all, gain 1 momentum. You lose the faith of someone who is investing in you backstage. The truth you reveal loses you -1 heat with someone involved, and creative books you an embarrassing loss as a punishment. I am going to be gentler at the embarrassing loss side of things because of how the tournament is created, but just keep those thoughts in mind as this was not good. I mean, if you have momentum, you could spend it here. I will let you do that, but you will not have the momentum to take into this match with you, is what I'll offer you. Devil's bargain, if you will.
As you may remember, I had 0 momentum going into this match.
Well, now you have 1 momentum.
Now I have 1 momentum going into this match.
You have the threat of management over your head.
How does this break bad? That's what I'm curious about. Like, what?
I don't think that the crowd was happy. I don't think the crowd's happy that you alluded, you broke the fiction. They're like, now they're all like, wait, is Steven Strong booked to win the whole thing? Well, then what's the point of us watching? Boo! And then management just like, you don't know the end of this whole tournament. Who are you talking to? Like, what this? You know what you're talking about. We could have had.
I guess I would also just add that once again, canonically, Steven is bad at tournaments. Like this is like he's never won a knockout tournament. He's won titles. He's defended titles. He's definitely has the most days reign, most defenses, all this other stuff. Heck, he's probably even won like a round robin style tournament before, but never knockout. Never
the single elimination ones. Yeah.
It's never this thing.
Did I I think what happened is that Don set you up now to win because now you have now you are the underdog story of people being like, wait, but Steven never wins these. It's like, wait, is Steven gonna win one of these? Oh damn, okay.
Yeah, you basically did not accomplish anything you set out to with this. But you gain momentum, people are talking about you.
And there we go.
It's not the best thing, but they're definitely talking about you. We cut back. For introductions, I'm just going to introduce an order of the bracket. So this is not because you're both champions. This next contest is for the first match of the semifinals of the CWA Tournament of Champions. Introducing first, Excuse me. Introducing first from built from North Windsor, Ontario, Canada. He is the current Forest City Pro Wrestling Champion, Steven Strong. So go ahead and describe for us how you come out for this one.
Right, yeah. So same entrance music, different. Steven's a little ticked off, not a little bit, like, still in relation to, like, in wrestling terms, like, still is cool and calm, but, like, noticeably, like, annoyed after being kind of, I mean, yes, the role didn't go well and people didn't react well, but still, like, he kind of got one-upped before the match. The one difference, though, is second match, so different gear, same pattern style, but instead of multicolored, like, colors of the rainbow kind of deal, it's forest green, emerald, and black, the colors of Forest City Pro.
Nice. Awesome. And so you come out, how do you, like, you walk to the ring, you're wearing your belt. How do you, you wear your belt just normally, correct?
Yeah, no, but you know what? Let me throw out an idea.
Yeah.
Steven doesn't have the belt because they're all in the back, right?
No, you have the belt. The whole point is that each time you win a round now, you're winning the other person's belt. It's a winner takes all belt situation. So the final winner is gonna have all 4 belts.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Then just wears the belt.
Yeah.
Just nice and neat. With the, I mean, the jacket is literally fashioned in a way where, like, it shows off the belt, so when it's there, it's noticeable. Okay.
Yeah. You have a belt shape cut out in your jacket.
Yes. 100%. I have the Tanahashi like cut of the jacket so that it literally shows off the belt.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Awesome. And then so you make your way in. People are cheering for you. Introducing next. He is the current champion of the lab. He hailing from Brooklyn, New York, and worlds beyond. Don Titan Jupiter. You walk out and the crowd's booing you.
This time the outfit is a little bit different. So instead of just what Don usually wears, it is a black cloak almost. And just, like, walks out to the entrance music just very plainly. We don't get a lot of the flash and circumstance, or the pomp and circumstance. And the robe is covering up Don's hands, which, for fans of the lab, they might know what this means. Now, Don goes into the ring, jumps up into the ropes, and whips off the robe. And with it, the gloves fall off as well. And you see underneath that Dom has this, it's a different kind of texture almost. It's this, like, slick teal blue kind of material that covers Dom's hands up to the wrists in this, like, snaking pattern. And fans of the lab know that Dom, while in space, encountered an alien life form, which sometimes he taps into in moments of pure rage at the establishment. And so this is one of those moments, and Dom is doing a heel turn.
I think you just turn heel. I can't remember if there's a rule for it, though.
When you deliberately act against your role, switch roles and gain +1 heat with who you turn on.
Okay. Yes, so that's another heat. That's another heat with Steven
That's
Strong.
3
Hell yes, I
heat.
think they both have. It's 3 heat, right? Because now you gain +1 heat with who you turned on, and going into this match, it's a heel versus a face. So I think you each have 3 heat on each other. This is going to rule. This is going to kick so much ass. You guys fucking hate each other.
This is one of those matches that happens midway through like the tournament, and you're like, this isn't the final match. Like,
It's not the final match.
What are they
no.
doing in the final match if this
But
is
it's
like the
stakes.
semifinals?
That's the thing I love about these tournaments sometimes is that it's not necessarily about who wins the tournaments. It's getting to the finals. That's like the big thing, and I love it. Yes.
Also, I want to call out Spaceman Bob in the chat really quickly. A very, very keen eye.
Hey, wait, I mean, that's me.
Oh, yeah? Well, then we talked about it. So
giving it away. Not the man part, the space part.
It's true.
That's fair. You know, the space bit really did clock there. Okay, but yeah, is like taking in the booze.
Awesome, incredible. All right, so the referee has both belts held up over the head, shows each of you belts. How do each of you react to being shown the belts?
Steven just the same exact motion, just kind of, it's almost just the ritual of just tapping the belt and back, like just a quick tap.
Yeah. I'm not looking at the belt. I'm just looking right at Steven. Just daggers.
All right. The referee hands the belts off to the hands the belts off to the MC, takes it over to the table, points to both of you to confirm that you're ready. Ding ding ding, rings the bell. And I'm trying to remember who goes first.
So let's see here. I think we both have one audience, right, from the last match.
You both have one audience. Yeah. Gain +1 audience. You're both at +2 audience, so you're at the same audience. You'd think this is something I looked up, but you'd be wrong.
Is it like face heel maybe that breaks the tie,
or momentum? Like,
you know what? Let's just go off of momentum. And then I will look up the actual answer, which we will then use for the rest of the show. So yeah, whoever has the most momentum will go first.
Okay, that would be me. Let's see here. So I think so. This starts off it is like the bell rings and it's just on. In the first match, even though it was like there was heated words thrown back between Steven and Oliver, it started off with like technical wrestling, because that was the kind of the little brothers, big brother little brother like dynamic, and all of Force Pro being wrestling. Yeah, this is not that match. This is both Don and Steven at the bell running at each other and just doing a hockey fight. Let's see here.
So yeah, good. I put this in our chat so we remember. But good news is the answer is creative decides, and I decided whoever had the most momentum. So good job, I did it right.
Yeah, there you go. You love to see it.
Continue. Oh yeah, Halcyon Space. Who wants to be the announcer for this match?
I can.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, go ahead.
Halcyon, you rest your voice.
Thanks.
I mean, yeah, you were on the stream before.
You're on an
this
hour,
one.
almost 7 of talking right now. Please rest your voice.
The grumpy wrestling veteran has returned.
Anyway, carry on.
Yeah, no. Like I said, straight up hockey fight. This is from the get go. There is no there is no real buildup because the promo before this is 5 years of just internet buzz, so there's no need to do any sort of building up to the first kind of big move, which is just us hammering away at each other, potentially even probably potentially even kind of what you call it, like blood maybe get happens just
Ooh.
because, like, on accident.
You know what? Why don't you give me? I'm gonna say, give me work real stiff.
Oh, actually, okay. So I actually picked the wrong. I picked a different move than what I actually think after we've kind of built these characters up makes more sense. Because I had fighting spirit, but no, I'm thinking actually because of that match 5 years ago, it turned. It was the same time that like my character would have became quote unquote the ace playbook, which is why I have the move strong style. When I work stiff without intent to injure, which 100% this is, roll plus real for the wrestling move. If you hit a 10 plus without spending momentum, gain an extra momentum. If you botch, injure them anyway.
Okay.
2d6.
So
plus,
yeah, go ahead and give me that roll.
And my real is +1. Yeah, that is an 8. So that is a mixed success on wrestling move.
And what was this called again?
Wrestling was the move.
Oh, no, what's the ability?
My ability was called strong style.
Okay. So if you hit a 10 plus without spending momentum, gain extra +1 if you botch you into them. Okay, for the wrestling move. So make success. So you either gain +1 momentum, or and then pass. Sorry, either you retain control or you pass a control over to your opponent and gain +1 momentum.
I'm gonna gain the momentum and pass control.
All right, perfect.
So
must you open though, the hard way. It sounds like.
Yeah, what does the maneuver look like that gives the
Oh, like I said, it's literally just like the hockey style fight of punching each other. Probably the same thing that you got yelled at for 5 years ago.
Fair. I think that then I fall down to a knee, and then you see Don shakes their head. It's just like a dazed blow, and then they just slowly get back up with the ropes, and I think goes in just for a grapple. I think you shake it off, and then I think Don goes in for it's a little bit of a dirty move. Grabs you and knocks your legs out from under you into the ropes, and is going to try and bounce you off the ropes onto the ground, and then put you into a little leg bar situation. But I think pushes pretty hard and is like, I think it almost snaps the rope, and I think you just fly off.
Oh,
so it looks like it's going to be this little technical maneuver, but it's just, yeah.
Wait, so are you dumping me out to the outside, or
exactly? Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So like you just fly off the rope on the outside, and I think Dom jumps down beside you, and I think is going to try and put you in that leg bar anyway.
Outside while you're outside the ring.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I think the ref comes over, and they're not counting because it's not technically illegal, but they're just like, "Hey, get back in the ring! Get back in the ring! You can't win out here."
I push over the ref, and I just keep pulling on that bar, and and I'm gonna be pulling rules. What rules? When you break the rules of a match to your own advantage, I can roll plus look, and then a bunch of stuff can happen as a result. But I'm just trying to demoralize you. I'm trying to get you close to the crowd, close to your fans, and showing them that you are powerless right now. So I'm really hamming it up. Like I'm calling the crowd to like jeer at me almost.
But yeah, okay. Go ahead and roll plus look.
Okay. Oh,
Exclamation point, but
yeah. I'm gonna keep making that mistake. That's a 7.
All right. On a 7 and 9, choose. You get away with it and gain +1 momentum, or you don't and gain +1 heat with your opponent.
Well, things are already pretty hot, so I'm gonna take the momentum.
Also, I think some weird stuff happens when you get to +4 heat.
Ooh, very fun. But yeah, I think I'm gonna get away with it. I think the ref, I think the ref that I push over a little bit just like looks at me in a little horror, and I think I just like keep pressing it, and then eventually I just let you loose and I push you up against the fans.
I will say, if you get to +4 heat, you gain plus. If I just want to cut in real quick because I think this is important. If you have +4 heat with someone, then you gain +1 audience.
Ooh. Okay, that actually feels more tempting to roll into this next bit. So maybe I don't get away with it. Maybe when the ref says that to me.
Here it is. Yeah, if you finish a
yeah.
match and have +4 heat with your opponent, you gain +1 audience immediately, regardless of who gets the win. So just keep that in mind.
Yeah, then I don't think I get away with it. I think the heat
All right.
sounds tempting in the
Okay.
yeah. So I think
So-
then almost what happens is like when I get off, I do still push you into the crowd a little bit, but they receive you very warmly. Like they're on your side with this. I'm not pulling punches, and I'm not showing that same honor I showed in my own league mates, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I think I just climb back into the arena pretty like gruffly. And then I still have control, right?
You haven't done anything to give it up. That's correct.
Right. Okay. I think then I think we get back to the hockey fight. I think it's just a lot of like trading blows, and it's some big hits. I think it's just like a brawl. But I don't know if that's working real stiff or if that's I think it's just working real stiff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you trying to hurt him intentionally? Like, are you trying to
Are we
actually
talking
punch this person?
Are we talking within the kayfabe, or are we talking outside the kayfabe?
No, because you're rolling plus real for this. Are you actually like landing punches? Because there are wrestlers who will be like, no, actually punch me. We got to make this real. I want to get bruised up after this. Like, so work real stiff. When you want to actually hurt your opponent, roll plus real.
Steven would be fine with that. By the
Okay.
way, he would probably have been like, "No, we it's been 5 years. You were basically fired because you're the match. We're laying this stuff in, man."
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As a
I think
senator,
Don is yeah.
I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying consider that's where that's coming from.
I think Don's here for it as well. I think it's work real stiff. I think it's plus
the
real.
thing is, you guys talked this out beforehand.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. Yeah. That's an 8.
Okay, so on an 8, a 7 and 9, it hurts. Pick one. You injure your opponent. The match is booked to end in no contest, which I'm going to say please don't.
I was going to say, how would that work?
Your opponent loses -1 audience as you break the illusion of their toughness, or you gain +1 audience as the audience can see you're a legit badass.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go with the audience. I think that this is a interesting inversion of what we saw last time, which is that when Don works the face, sometimes it gets a little too wordy. But when Don works the heel, Don goes for it. So I think it's a +1 audience, and I think can I voluntarily give up control here? Is that all right?
Yeah, go for it. I think at this
Perfect.
point, though, and I want y'all to continue for as long as you feel comfortable doing so. But Stephen Strong is booked to go over on this match.
Yeah. Then I think that's a good moment for me to give back control then.
Okay.
Yeah. Stephen Strong won. Actually, you know what? I'm looking at the time. Why don't you build to the finish?
Yeah,
Because
no,
we
I
are
was
almost-
actually gonna do that right now. So,
Perfect.
it's weird because like the name of the move, like, so okay, yeah. So this happens, that brawl happens, and once again now, the crowd can see that Steven has taken the punishment that that Don is doling out, and now is like just giving it back is just as hard. And as they're working, they're like what's said before. It's a kind of a like ringside brawl where we probably hit the merch table once or twice. But
I do have an important question that I do think I need to ask here. Who goes through the ring keeper's table, or the belt keeper's table?
for right now, nobody. There's another match there's 2 more matches to go. That's
Wait,
put it this way.
Gotta
Hey,
stay
this is a new company that's pretty big, but equipment costs a lot of stuff.
Yeah, but gimmick tables are a dime a dozen.
Yeah, but Steven is the Steven is leading this match.
Yeah.
He's the establishment. It's like, no. This costs money. I know how much money this costs. Which is why, and like, you have the spot of that's similar to that where you see Don try to like push down Steven into the table. Steven blocks, grabs standing up for himself, and then like Irish whips Don from the outside and hits the ring post, because we're right next to the ringside. Hits the ring post to finally get that momentum to roll Don into the ring. And there is a move called babyface. When you stand up for something you believe in, embodying sportsmanship, or comport yourself with honor. So I'm moving him into the ring.
Yeah.
I can spend 2 momentum and pick one, which is gain 1 heat with my opponent, leave my opponent speechless, which would be weird in this particular instance.
Yeah.
Make a creative booking decision. Not gonna do that. Expose the villain's behavior to book a cheater to lose a match, which not. It's the height. I want that. I want the heat to get to 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. Suspend those 2 momentum, gain that +1 heat, bring you up to 4, and then how does this tie into the finish?
So it's because Don is discoordinated, right? You get the kind of the series of Steven finally getting to like an actual groove in terms of in terms of like hitting some strikes within the ring. So it's like a duck and move, but there is a spot where Don grabs a hold of Steven, whips him into the ropes, and is coming in for like a big giant avalanche splash. Steven ducks, lifts up Don, and then kind of basically positions Don to hit the top of the ring, like the ring post, sending him down to the mat as Steven goes up to the top ring, the top rope, and hits an elbow drop to set up the finish.
All right, roll your finish. 2d6.
So I still have 2 momentum left. Just telling myself before this roll happens.
Yep. Oh no.
Oh dear.
Ooh.
So all I'll say is that the announcer can still put you over unless you think it's interesting. Well, the announcer, remember, putting over bumps you up to a whole nother success level. It's not 1-for-1 like momentum.
You're right.
Alternatively, you could take the botch.
Okay, let's go back to the finish. So, on a botch, choose whether you rush through a mess to get to the win, lose one audience, or you let them counter to. Interesting. Okay. Here's the thing. Steven's going to be. This is the first time Steven is going into business for himself. Steven's going to let this be a botch.
Okay.
And is basically on the fly saying, no. Wait, now I'm thinking about it. Hold up. Does it make sense? The person just turned heel. Do or lose. You know what? I get the audience for the big giant heat. It is actually more interesting to me that the botch happens. We get through the match, and I think it's maybe miscommunication, and you do kind of you tried to do the 3.1 kick out, and it's not quite like you're a little bit early, which is why this finish doesn't quite come off as strong, because like, oh yeah, you're the unbeatable monster, so you still need to look strong.
Yeah.
So I think that's basically how the audience goes down.
Okay. All right. So you basically, so you still maintain the win.
Yeah.
So, but like, the kick out happens instead of at 3.01 at 2.99, but the ref still counts to 3. And the crowd, basically what happens is you hear the crowd go 1, 2, 3, oh, and then you hear chants of going, you fucked up, you fucked up, you fucked up. But then people are like, they get over it.
It's like, the audience that I had is like just kind of canceled out, which is, man, isn't that just like a wrestling thing in general? Where like
it's a wrestling thing when you're like, yeah, we're this. Man, it's kind of like the best way I describe it is Kenny Omega versus John Moxley in the barbed wire barbed wire death match, where they had like literally the best match of the decade, and then the fireworks failed at the end, or the pyro failed the explosion. It's not their fault, but wow, that crowd turned fast.
Such a puny explosion.
Yeah, the bell rings, ding, 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 and the winner of this match and new lab champion, Steven Strong. And like the crowd's still booing a little bit, but they're also cheering because they wanted you to win. What I'm actually gonna do, when you guys get to the back, I want to hear an interaction between the two of you about how the match went, about the heel turn and so on, about the kind of quickened ending. Like, because you guys are both professionals, you've been building this for a while, and just out of kayfabe, I'd love to hear a conversation between the two of you.
You need ice?
Yeah, thanks. Sorry about that.
Oh, you're nothing to apologize for.
We're so close.
Well, it's I had to put a little Canadian on it there. It's just the business. I've been there before too.
Well, so I've been kind of saving this for a while. Just wanted to apologize for what happened 5 years ago. I should have stood up for you, and to be fair, if management, what we just did, pre-match, post-match, let me know. I'm gonna start using my influence that I have going forward.
Yeah, it is what it is. It's in the past, and we're moving forward from it. And I know that you were starting out, and you're not starting out anymore, and that's good to see you where you are.
And then we freeze frame laugh because Steven wins a ton.
Yeah. Awesome.
I do think that we see both of us like walking back.
Oh yeah.
And like I think that there is like I think Don says something that like gives you like an eyebrow raise.
Oh.
And we can save that for if it becomes important in the championship match.
Okay, hell yeah. Love to see it. Okay, so we're now moving to this next round. So the MC goes, all right, your second yeah, so so the next match is going to be the Engine versus Mara. This is going to be a regular match, not a hardcore one. Do you guys have promos?
I do.
I also have one, but I would like to see the Engine go first.
All right, so the Engine's promo is just like in the backstage, cameras on, microphone in the face. We can see that his arms are charged, going into this match prepared, and it's just like, I would like to say a few words. Mara, your criminal conduct must be stopped. The Engine is pulling a train of justice, and the next stop is you. And so the Engine turns around, and the camera slightly pans over, and there's like a punching bag hanging on, and in like big block letters, you can see that it has like spray painted on it, 145 pounds, and just picks it up and yeets it across the room. Relative ease. And looks straight into the camera, nods, and that's the promo.
Awesome. Go ahead and give me a cut a promo roll plus look.
As I am the monster and I have the move Intimidating, I can use my body for this.
Hell yeah, do it.
Oh, that's a cool move.
It's an 8.
All right, so on an 8, add a stipulation to a relevant match. They come out to respond to your promo, or you gain +1 heat with the subject of your promo.
I think I want to take heat here.
Okay,
I
go
just
ahead
want
and
to
take
build the spice before we get in.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Mara, do you have a response promo?
Yeah. So I think hers is just like maybe it isn't even on like there's gotta be a camera there. Someone gets a camera on her, and she's still just like hanging out in her section of the stadium. Just sort of like sitting there, a bunch of people, and having a real good time. And the camera gets on her.
Has Mara just been in the crowd this entire time?
Yeah, Mara's just been in the crowd the entire time. She was just like, fuck it, I'm staying here. Maybe someone tried to usher her into the back, and she was like, no. She was staying there, and they were just everyone was just having a good time, right? The camera gets on her, and she sort of grabs that mic from before, and she just sort of rolls her eyes, kind of directed specifically at the bag throwing bit, and just if you really expect me to lose to someone born in a secret lab is the word they use, then maybe you should rethink careers. And then sort of just pulls pull someone random in the crowd in underarm in real close, and because I got the support of these people, and I would honestly, I think that's it. I think it just really leans on the look at all these fucking fans
It's I love this because you're a heel. You've just forcibly ingratiated yourself with these people. You grab them these people love me.
Yeah, these people. and it's true. This tiny little section of this crowd does. No one else does.
Literally, the 7 people sitting around you love you, and the whole arena is just booing at you right now.
Yeah. But she's these 7 people, these are the ones who fucking matter.
Right. Go ahead and give me a cut a promo roll plus look.
Yeah, mine's not. All right, I'll take a 7.
All right, pick one. Stipulation: they come out to respond to your promo or gain +1 heat. I think we know which one you're gonna take.
Yeah, I want the heat.
Awesome. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to intro this next match, and then I have to run a step aside real quick. So I'll have you guys just start the match, and I trust you guys to know when to do the rolls. And I'll be back in like 5 minutes after I do that. I apologize, but all right, we're going to start off with this following contest is the second semifinal round in the CWA Tournament of Champions. Introducing first. I want to come out first here. I think I want the engine to come out first. Yeah. So yeah. So introducing first from a secret lab under Chesterfield Inlet, the engine.
I think this time we skip the big fancy intro and just like entrance music and full clip dash down the ramp, clamber into the ring, sort of slam fist into palm into like a idle animation and just like ready.
Fantastic.
Arms, of course, full glow.
Yeah, make sure you're putting your intro music in the chat.
Right, yeah.
Or entrance music. All right. I should have also introduced you as the you're the current NWA champion. And then next, she is the current Southern Mountain Wrestling champion, hailing from Memphis, Tennessee, Mara.
Yeah, I think this intro is like this walk-in is a little more similar. It is much closer to the sort of thing that like fans of her are used to, where she kind of like very like slowly and cautiously, but like with a lot of purpose, like saunters down the fucking stairs of the stadium because she was still up in the ring, still up in the crowd. It's not quite like the John Moxley Wild Thing kind of entrance, but it's similar.
It's similar.
Yeah. It's a lot less energy from her, a lot more like she's a little more stoic.
Okay. I was gonna when you said stoic, I was like, because I was gonna be like, are you sure you're not crowd surfing?
No, no,
the crowd wouldn't let them crowd surf.
I don't think they would. And again, I will post her entrance music again in the chat.
Yeah. Once you're in the ring and the ref has the belts, how do you guys react to the belts?
I think Mara just sort of like at this point is like kind of like is eyeing them a little, and it is a lot less just like she's a lot less eager to just like immediately kick the engine.
Yeah. Engine, how do you react to them?
Turn my head, nod, and loudly declare, "These will be mine."
All right, ref hands the belts off, points to both of you, and then rings the bell. Ding, ding, ding. And then I will be back in like 5-10 minutes.
Who starts?
Y'all just narrate the match from there, and then when I come back, I'll tell you who's booked to win it.
Yeah, who's starting?
I think Mara is starting.
Cool.
Okay.
Go.
Cool.
Well, I think I know how this match starts, which is Mara stands into the middle of the ring, hand out, right? One hand up, the other low, right? And the engine, the engine seems like the kind of person who is always willing to test its power. And the two of them get into a shoving match, right? Fingers interlocked, and they're just fucking pushing. And I think despite Mara being like far smaller, as demonstrated earlier, Like
Yep.
neither of them are budging. It's fucking like
Mhm.
like totally like it looks like they're not like if you couldn't see the very clear exertion both in arms and like on their faces, it would look like nothing's happening. I think. Hmm.
As the crowd, a couple more fans are now cheering for like, oh, that Mara's stronger than I thought. Some murmur like, ooh,
And I think this just like continues to be like a shoving match. I think until eventually, I guess I'll ask you because this is a little bit of game of chicken.
Yeah, sure.
Like which one of these two breaks the game of chicken first, or will this eventually just become like will it eventually be one of them overtakes the other, or will one be smarter and like break a kind of stalemate like this?
I feel like this would be the case where Mara does changes strategy and does something smart.
Yeah, I would agree. I didn't know if it was just like if people were more interested in seeing how just doing that goes. Yeah, so I think, I think goes for like a eventually very quickly lets go with one hand and does the like elbow into the like elbow strike into the inner elbow of
Yeah.
the engine thing, and goes to I think she goes to just like throw him, like tries to is like going to attempt to like really wants to fight fire with fire here.
Yeah. I think this could be playing into it is probably like you break the hold, you maybe dug down, and I just go over you tumbling.
Yeah. I'm thinking here. Honestly, I think with that, maybe I think with that maybe I want to hand off control and see what the engine has, what you have. For this kind of thing.
Okay. I have a really cool move, but that's for a bit later in the match. So for now, I think this is going to be more like still working on basic wrestling stuff, and I think it's going to be like tumble over, find my footing, and like look at you and consider the fact that you did not go for a few cheap shots while I'm down, and it's sort of maybe reconsidering our stance here.
I make my epic return.
But
welcome back.
But we're not ready for this yet. I'm not ready for like forgiveness or whatever. And I'm just going for a good old classic. Just shoulder charging right in your solar plexus. And what I'm gonna try is actually a sort of connect low, lift you up over the shoulder, and just try to drop you off your feet. I think this one's actually going to be a bit more work than body. Yeah, but that's fun.
Yeah.
0 work. Cool.
Oh,
that's
gosh.
a 10.
Oh yeah, that is
yeah.
a 10 on the body roll. So you not only maintain control, you get a +1 to your momentum.
Sweet.
Have you each gotten at least one roll thus far?
This is the first roll.
Yeah, this is the first
That
roll.
was the first roll. Okay, perfect. Good. Cool. Awesome.
I think I'm going to pull the comeback. Voluntarily hand off narration to your opponent, because I've just dropped you on the ground, and I could go for one of my faves of picking you up and slamming you down again. But I think to make it even like land better, I'm going to turn around, sort of half crouch, reach down, stop midway, stand back up, step back, and give you space to get up.
I have to ask, when you do your move where you pick them up and you just like slam them down again, is the move called I pick things up and put them down?
No, I think it's called. I think it's just called the piston because it goes up, it goes down.
It's clever.
Am I signing up for something I believe in? No, I don't think so. I don't think this is that kind of. I think this is just a comeback. I am giving you space. I'm giving you stuff, and this will be a place that gives me momentum. If I had no momentum, I have momentum. So it's up to you. Come at me.
Okay. I think now is a good time to reveal a thing I kind of put into my Owen back pocket after that first match. Because I want to I want to do something underhandedly and dastardly here.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, I think, I'm forgetting their first name. Who was the wrestler in the first match? What was their full name again?
Hannah.
Hannah,
no,
yeah.
no,
Hannah Saunders.
No, Oliver Linwood.
Oh, ooh.
Oh, it's him.
Because I think a thing that happens is there's a run out, and it's for some reason Oliver, and they like get the attention of the ref. Does
He just shared a very funny gif.
Does anyone who has like a bit of a better idea of who Oliver like is as a character have an idea of how he would get like the attention of the ref? Yeah.
Oh, I think it's not even it's not subtle. It's just running. I mean, I don't know exactly what you're planning on doing, but like he just comes up, jumps onto the ring apron to the shock of every single person in attendance, including the referee.
And I think the very noticeable thing was there some kind of symbol of Stephen Strong's like faction?
Oh, it's probably like a towel that says Vector on it.
So I think they have like the towel around their neck, but the like stitching of it was very like the vector part of it, that like embroidering was very clearly ripped off, as Mara was not only the top spot is like after the top spot in your promotion, but has done it by like one of the ways she's going after that is she has like poached
undermined.
She's poached your dude. Yeah. Expect and it was easy after that loss that was inflicted.
Oh, that's so good.
And while the ref is distracted, I think Mara, brass knuckles in hand again, is going to leave the machine. What is the wording of it? Leave someone helplessly lying on the floor, or the engine.
I think this is a great time to say that Mara is booked to win this match. So why don't you go ahead and tie this in? Spend your 2 momentum, leave someone lying helplessly laying on the floor, and then here's what I'm going to do for you. We're going to homebrew something. Go ahead and tie this into your finisher. After you suspend the 2 momentum, leave someone lying helpless on the floor, and I'm going to give you advantage on your finishing roll. So that means you roll 3d6 and you take the 2 highest.
I would like a counter proposal.
Yes.
I have a very cool move to do in between of those.
Okay.
But just a little spicy thing to add to this thing. It doesn't change much of the outcome here; just frames it cooler, I think. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think I don't know if this is like another. I think she's like too short to clock the engine in the head, right? So this is like this is something that if you know boxing in some ways is like even more of like a not like a thing you don't want to happen, and it's like a liver blow.
Mm-hmm.
Just because like she's like right height, right? Because the engine's tall, right?
No, engine's actually short for a big guy.
Engine's wide. Then maybe it is another but this time it's like maybe to the cheek instead.
It is easier to gimmick headshots like that.
Yeah. Well,
if I can add a detail, you can also do like a cheeky little kick to the back of the knee to
Oh yeah,
bring it down a little.
Yeah, kick to the back of the knee to bring it down, and then just like bam. So let's do this. Let's do this roll.
I am
here.
So
7.
Six,
oh no, not 7. 6 and 4.
Yeah, 6 and 4 is a 10. So that is a full success on your finisher.
Right. So in between, right? You kick me in the heel, brass knuckles to the face. I just lay out on the mat. Maybe even like like a bit of blood. And it's like, yeah, you're standing there, maybe like arms wide. look at the power I have, and for like a few seconds, it's like, yeah, this is clear cut. This is the end. No contest. And then the engine rises up. Sort of does a roar. Appears to charge you. Widely misses. Seems to slip. Slides out of the ring. And I'm going to roll an athletic feat to demonstrate my extraordinary strength or athletic ability, and also going for my character's big want of impossible achievement. I'm going to anchor my hands under the ring and just raise it the fuck up and kick out the corner post. Because if I'm going down, this whole place is going down.
Oh God.
One, I think this is sick as shit. But also, I don't want to negate the finisher roll.
Yeah, no. I am not trying to take this match. I am just trying to be like reframe a few things about it. That's a sort of vibes change. Yep.
I like this because I think the thing I want would be interesting to happen, right? Is the engine does this, and I think Mara kind of like right after the thing gets kicked out, right? Mara sort of runs to the side, goes to run to the side of the ring and slides feet first into the engine, and that's a fun way for the finisher to get her audience.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
So I rolled a 7. It's a cool move, but you show the strain. Like it's clearly like there's a vibe of like, I'm gonna do this easy. It's not fucking easy. Again, +1 momentum, and I do it, but it hurts. I actually injure myself, and I have to forfeit my next scheduled match. Oh no! But yeah, there's like, I clearly just kick it out. The whole ring slumps. I slump down. You slide into me.
Yeah, and the engine presumably like goes down after that. Like boots into the engine's face.
Yeah.
The ring is now lopsided. It's gotta get. Someone's gotta come and fix it.
Yep.
Okay, does the engine get counted out then?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And I think it's one of those cases where like you don't even need to like do any pinning. It's like, this man has knocked himself out.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I like that. I love that. Actually, this is really sick.
Well, you stand there and gloat.
I honestly think it's not for her for the match with the engine, especially after that. It's a little bit less gloating, and like even for a wrestler, like the engine kind of struck me as a like, you don't really win in a match against the engine, you just survive.
Yeah.
And like is probably I think she sort of like this time she does go to the back and is just going to kind of like wait for the wait for that next match.
Yeah, I think that like you stick around long enough for like the MC to go, and the winner of this match by countout, Mara. I think that the ref goes to hand you the belts, and you take them, and then you just walk off before the ref can even raise your arm. You're just like backstage. You're done. You're like,
yeah,
boom.
I am tired. I just tried to shove around a 300-pound machine. I need to sit down.
Awesome. Very cool. So we're at 3:30, so we're gonna dive straight into our final match here. Let me get some promos from Mara and Steven. I want to hear from Mara first, so that way Mara can gloat to Steven about stealing someone from his faction, from stealing his boy.
So I think this kind of promo is Mara in the back of the locker room, right, on a bench. Someone, one of the like attendants or one of the trainers, right, hot towel on her forehead, and she's just kind of like, Steven, we're both aware of your history with these kind of tournaments. Big smile. You always let things slip just at the end. You always lose control of things just at the end. Just like with Oliver, just like you're gonna do with that belt. And he like spits blood into a bucket, right? And just sort of like, I think she just puts headphones in and kind of like leans back against like a locker, right? And he's just like, he's trying to seem so unfazed. Like I'm just taking a fucking nap now. I'm not worried about this at all.
Go ahead and roll plus. Go ahead and roll plus promo. After Steven, after your promo, I'll read off donations. But go ahead and roll plus promo, Mara.
An 8.
Okay. So what you're working with this one is add a stipulation to a relevant match. They come out to respond to your promo or gain +1 heat with the subject of your promo. Also, Steven, don't forget that you went up and then immediately down, and never mind, that negated itself.
I want heat. I want heat.
Heat, yes.
As much as I would love to add a stipulation to the match, I want heat.
Okay. Steven, let's hear your promo. Promo to the guy that took your boy. I lost my boy.
Now it's this is like a backstage. You know it's backstage because you can see like the locker or whatever, but it's like a tight shot on Steven. Just head a little bit. You can't even see like the torso or anything. It's that close up. Mara, going into this tournament, I heard the rumors. I've heard you online talking about me. I have no idea. We've never met in the ring. I don't quite get it, what you have against me. But now, I don't care. You wanted my attention. You have it. Tonight I'm going to do the thing that I have never done before. I'm winning a knockout tournament. Going to become the first person to hold the title in this new company. And I'm good. So let's roll. It's plus luck, right?
Plus luck. Yep.
7.
Pick one.
I will also be adding heat.
Awesome. Don't forget to give each other get +1 heat with each other automatically for being face versus heel as well.
Oh.
So we're at 3. We're at 3 again.
3.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah, you said so. Wait, you get a win for you get a +1 audience for winning a match, correct?
For winning a match.
Okay. I was trying to make sure if I had 3 audience or 2.
I think you should have.
So went up, went down, and then is there any audience gain from both, I guess, Mara and myself for going into the finals?
You know what? Why don't you guys both just take +1 audience? Because I'm not looking it up right now. Just you guys are in the finals of this big match. Take +1 audience each.
Yeah, we have 3. I mean, it's going to be equal. It's not that.
Exactly. But that means would mean you have +1 audience, means you should have actually start with plus an extra momentum. But that's only for starting an episode. Just take +1 audience.
Okay, cool. So just to clarify before we get this started, Steven has 2 momentum. How much momentum does Mara have?
1.
Cool.
Excellent.
And then
all right. We are starting. So yeah, we'll go ahead and just the MC grabs the microphone and goes, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is your main event. For one fall with a 60-minute time limit, this is for the finals of the CWA Tournament of Champions. Both contestants hold 2 of the belts each. The winner of this match will unify all 4 belts into the CWA World Championship. And then introducing first, from North Windsor, Ontario, Canada. Excuse me. Steven Strong. Go ahead, post your music one last time, bud.
Okay, so actually, fun fact, you hear the music of one more time, but after 10 seconds it cuts out, and instead, Lay All Your Love on Me from ABBA starts playing. And
yes! Oh my god, yes!
And out comes Steven Strong to his first wrestling theme, with an updated design that you can everybody in all the fans would actually get because of that picture that he showed in the first promo. It's airbrushed long tights, light blue with like white naming, like airbrush name, Steven, and then still Vector, even though Vector wasn't actually a thing during the entrance. And you were asking people how people wear their belts, right? Well, the newly won belt is around his waist.
Yeah.
But early Steven would hold the Forest Pro title in his hand, raising it to the crowd as they would sing the lyrics, which we will not be singing for for copyright purposes. So, but this is it. Steven Strong to the ring has always been cool and calm. This is very emotional. Playing to not necessarily the mechanics of playing to the crowd, but playing to the crowd, because Mara has lit a fire under him. Congratulations.
This rules. All right, and then introducing next from Memphis, Tennessee, Mara. Crowd is fucking booing the shit out of you right now. They are. It's great. It is glorious, but they are booing the shit out of you right now.
So I think this entrance, she comes out on the motorcycle again, but this time not from like the vomitorium. She like partly smashes through the like normal entrance tunnels, coming up to the coming up to the side of the ring, fucking full Kira slide, right? And I'm actually going to start this match with 0 momentum because I would like to use this move, tables and ladders and chairs on my. Spend 1 momentum to add the hardcore stipulation move to any match you're booked in. No disqualification, no countouts, and weapons allowed. As she pulls up, and has a mic in her hand, and she's like, Steven, I got one more surprise for you. The details of this match have been changed. She gets off the motorcycle. More booing, right? If you want these belts, we're doing this my way.
Yes.
She fucking climbs back up in the ring. It does not need to be spelled out. Everyone knows what she means.
So that's okay. So, you know what? I know we're running on time, so I'm gonna just do this now. Then, Steven grabs the mic. He was like, "Well, I mean, I'm not gonna say no. I was honestly gonna say it myself. But really, as I type in roll, I'm gonna use the move carry the company, which is." You are the designated face of the promotion. When a title match is announced, roll plus real. On a 10, pick 2. On a 7 and 9, pick 1 of the following. Place yourself into or out of the match. Book the finish of the match. Replace the title with a different stake. Or add additional stipulation. Honestly, I was going to change the stipulation if I rolled really well. So this works pretty well anyway. So, gonna...
Oh my gosh.
11? Cool.
Holy shit, that is an 11.
Yeah.
So pick 2, my friend.
Yeah, so first things first. The announcers have said that this match will be unifying these titles. And with unification comes the actual end of the titles. I don't like that. So what I'm proposing is that this is not the new title is not the World Heavyweight Championship. It is a title that will carry on the lineage of not just Forest City Pro, but all 4 promotions. This is the CWA Grand Slam Championship. All 4 titles will have carry on its lineages, and that way, every single one of us who have put all this hard work into putting it all for our promotions will carry on no matter who wins. But here's the thing. Like I said, I was perfectly fine with a hardcore match. But I'm going to do you one better. This match, if you're not a coward, is a ladder match.
Yeah.
Oh my god, duh. So yeah, I think that a ref comes by. So of course, so kayfabing, this was planned beforehand, technically, just so that way this works.
Oh yeah.
But like a thing lowers from the ceiling, and a ref grabs a ladder, walks up, and hangs all 4 championship belts up there. You have to take whoever grabs a belt first wins. No,
Yes.
you don't have to grab all 4. But all 4 of them are hanging up there.
God.
Yeah, holy shit. All right. Let's go. I think that Steven starts this match. I think that like once you're both in the ring, the ref just kind of points to both of you, confirm you're ready, points at the bell, ding ding ding.
And they're off.
Yeah. So, I think Steven actually makes a actually no. Steven runs straight at Mora, and then like does a move called a leg lariat, which is it's kind of like like what you would imagine like a super kick be, but you're jumping, so basically both legs are in the air, and you're more or less hitting the like one of the legs against the chest of the opponent, like high chest area. Not quite the neck, but that's kind of where it lands. Just leveling Steven, just leveling Mara straight on her back, and as Steven immediately goes to the outside of the ring, setting up a ladder, and then like pumping up the crowd. So this is definitely play to the audience. So let me double check. Work the audience. Which is at +3, which is why I asked. The heck? Okay, 7. I'm glad I got a +3.
I'm glad you did too.
So I get one for the audience plays along, and I get another momentum to bring me to 3 momentum.
Yes.
I don't. You know what? Because yeah, I would still be in control, but I'm gonna say that that I'm gonna give up control, voluntarily hand narration off to my opponent, because I was taking time to set up the ladder and was too lost in like the emotion of it to see that Mara's can take control, which then that makes sense.
So I think Mara still on the ground, right? Sort of like hooks her legs together to pull Steven to the ground, right? And it gets on top of him, like she's about to do like a ground and pound, but instead is going to pin them to the ground by their boot with her knife, which she pulls out stabs right into the boot, into the ring, and then just immediately starts trying to clamber up the ladders. Like clearly thought about starting to hit him, but decided like no, it is going to be best to go for these belts. And just immediately starts climbing. I think the thing that does happen here is she like goes to grab, like hesitates on the belt to grab, like wants to like doesn't know if she wants to grab her belt or like Forest City's belt. Is not particularly interested in the other two, but like is just a little like has a big hesitation. I wonder if I'm going to.
I think, is this a point where you're gonna roll?
Yeah, I think so.
I think, given the circumstances, roll plus heat.
Yeah. And we have a lot of heat.
You have 3 each. Yeah.
That's a lot.
Both ways, which is great.
Yeah.
It's been a very heat-filled game.
That's kind of how we made it. Yeah.
Snake.
Okay, so you can either spend momentum or who's on commentary?
I'll take commentary.
You want to put them over here? It's up to you.
I guess the question is, what is the attempt here?
I think the attempt is I think eventually she's like, you know, she hesitated on which of the two belts to grab, and then does eventually lunge for the Forest City like belt. And it's like slightly like she's relatively short. It's like a little out of like reach, so just have to like leap, like push off the ladder and like actually go for it. Could more easily grab any of the other belts. Like it like the lab belt, for example, is like maybe right there. Like could have grabbed that and just immediately like bam, magic, but like does not, is proving a point.
I'm gonna say this is not the point.
Yeah, because I think the botch makes sense just because of also like we don't even know who's winning yet mechanically.
Yeah.
So that's actually very. So here's the thing. You like you said, you were attempting to like go for the belt because like you were one rung too low to, you just thought you could do it. And maybe you could have, but what ended up happening was Steven pushed the like still trying to struggle to get free, realizes he's close enough to the ladder and just pushes it.
Oh hell yeah.
And so like, instead of like diving and getting the title, you're like, you basically like fall on the top, like fall and kind of bounce on the top rope.
Oh,
Yeah,
somebody yell timber because she's going down.
And then
Awesome.
and then with that timing of you being down, Steven's finally able to like get like actually just remove the knife and kind of just toss it on the ground because it's a knife. This is wrestling where that object never gets ever actually used because obviously.
Yeah, it's a knife, not a pizza cutter.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, no. So at this point, you had anything to say? Sorry, before I.
Yeah. At this point, I am going to go ahead and say that Steven Strong has been booked to win this match.
Oh,
Gasp.
So go ahead
who could have
and
predicted
tell
this?
me.
So
Yeah, we're of 8 minutes,
Yeah.
so I am.
No.
Yeah.
So I think I got the emotional beat that I wanna see if everybody's okay with.
Yeah.
So when everybody's down and now that this character is kind of in your possession, let me know if this is okay. Space. So as both people are down, everybody's kind of doing the holy shit chant. You see a person come from the entrance ramp, and it's Ollie. Ollie's coming out, and it's like, oh no, he's gonna like, but before Ollie can get to the ramp, a figure dives at Ollie, and it's Yvonne Badapple. It's the head trainer of Forest City.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's sick.
And
That's very good.
with the last like, and that spot, like, that's a huge spot that would take somebody out. And honestly, I think that's a real cool finish.
Ooh,
Yeah,
I want to add a little thing.
I think go ahead, like, I think that Mara is distracted, and you can just like take Mara out and win. Go ahead and roll your finish.
Yeah, this is just Mara's down. The ladder's there. It's even crawling up the ladder. And let's see just how.
I want to add a little thing here where every other wrestler is somewhere on the ramps in the audience, just like coming in.
The locker room pours. That's like a locker room brawl going on at the ramp.
Some are brawling, some are just watching, but like everybody's here.
Yeah.
Okay,
but
I'm giving a nod of approval from the crowd.
Tell us about the result of your roll.
Okay, so the actual result was a 9. However,
you have momentum, right?
However, momentum. So I will spend my momentum, my one momentum. I mean, I have 3, but all you need to do is get the 10. So I will spend a point of momentum to get that to a 10. So
unfortunately, this game doesn't have like super full success because as a commentator, I would like to also put you over.
Yeah.
Doesn't it have like mythic success? Is what it's called or something?
Shoot, can we please let Anthony narrate the finish? We have 5 minutes
Sorry,
left, guys.
Yes, go.
No, I mean, no, that's the finish is Steven crawling up the ladder, takes down the Forest City one. No hesitation. And
that's it. Ding, ding, ding. And so I think you grab all the belts off.
Yeah.
You come down the ladder, and someone comes up with this big, beautiful belt. It is golden and platinum. It has the right amount of jewels, and it just says CWA on it in big letters. And they ask for the 4 belts.
Steven does hand him over, but the thing that just the ending note is Steven raising the new title up at the end, and you couldn't see it before, but you can see it when he displays it purposefully. Is the 4 side? There's 4 side plates, 2 on each side, and it's the logos of the old 4 companies.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. And I think the last thing that our audience is going to hear is the winner of this match and first CWA Grand Slam champion, Steven Strong. And that's the game. Before we head out, I just want to thank everyone for coming by and listening. We have an entire weekend of more incredible, amazing, and exciting games. Please, if you can, donate to Trans Lifeline. They do such incredible work, and we'll be streaming again all weekend. You have many chances to donate. This has been WWWRPG. You can find it at ndpdesign.com/WWWRPG. I have been Adam, joined by Space, Jack, Anthony, and Halcyon. And then coming up next is I'm Sorry Did You Say Street Magic, which is going to be facilitated by Ren. This is going to be a really fun and sweet and magical game. Please stick around and listen if you can. To my players, thank you guys so much. You've been amazing. To the listeners on Twitch, thank you. You've all been amazing. Real quick, we've gotten let's see, $25 donation by Kelsey. I think is the only new one. But yeah, we have a new goal of 3,000. But everyone have a great rest of your afternoon. We are signing off.